والموافقة على انضواء الشخص المتقدم كعضو في القسم العربي. ما هي الرسالة ورؤية القسم؟ ممكن أن ألخص رؤية القسم أو رسالة القسم بالتالي: نحن نسعى للريادة في مجال التحاليل الكيميائية والتحاليل، كل التحاليل ميكروبيولوجية الكيميائية التي تعنى بتحاليل الأغذية في المنطقة العربية. نسعى لأن نكون حلقة أو وصل مسهلون لكل ما يمكن أن يساعد المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية، وذلك من خلال كودرة المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية، خلق والمساعدة بأي طريقة ممكنة وممكن أن نساعد فيها من الاجتماع السنوي الأخير الذي عقد في عاصمة المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية العام الفائت، ونهار علمي أيضا عقدناه في عمان منذ بضعة أشهر بالتعاون مع عدة شركاء لدينا في المنطقة العربية، من ضمنهم المختبرات العسكرية في الأردن لمراقبة الجودة. لدينا أيضا ومشكورون ونعتز ونفتخر بدعم كل شركائنا من المنطقة العربية، على رأسهم كما ذكرت الإتسمو المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين، لكن أيضا GSO من the GCC Standardization Organization من منطقة الخليج العربي، نشكر دائما لهم دعمهم، و SFDA من المملكة العربية السعودية، المختبرات العسكرية من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، وغيرهم أكيد من كل الشركاء الأكاديميين الصناعيين الذين يدعموننا. نسعى كما ذكرت أيضا تحسين الكوميونيكيشن والكولابوريشن، التعاون بين القسم العربي وأقسام أخرى. ومن أبرز التعاونات التي قمنا بها recently في الأشهر الفائتة كان تنظيم ويبينار مع القسم الآسيوي، مع قسم آسيا، بين القسم الآسيوي والقسم المنطقة العربية، وكان يعنى بالتحاليل للمطابقة الحلال في الأغذية. ومن خلال تنظيم هذا الويبينار وهذه الورشة العمل، انبثقت فكرة إنشاء فريق بين القسمين، ممثلون من المنطقة العربية وممثلون من القسم الآسيوي، وذلك لمتابعة الحوارات والنقاشات بما يعنى بمواءمة كل الطرق التحليلية التي تعنى بالحلال. نشارك أيضا في ما يدعى الكوميتي on sections، التي هي تنضوي تحت المنظمة الأم AOAC International، والتي تسعى إلى التقريب بين منهجية العمل بين كل الأقسام المناطقية. الآن من خلال الهدف الأساسي للمواءمة الطرق التحليلية والسعي لاعتماد طرق تحليلية معتمدة موحدة ومرجعية، نقوم بتنظيم الكثير من الورش العمل والتدريبات في المنطقة العربية. ومن أهدافنا الأولى كانت انطلاقة تنظيم أو السعي إلى توحيد ومواءمة طرق تحليل الجلوتين في الأغذية الخالية من الجلوتين. وهنا بدأنا بتنظيم ورش عمل في عدة مختبرات. كان لدينا ورشتين عمل، ورشة أولى في عمان وورشة ثانية في مسقط في سلطنة عمان في مختبرات المرجعية للمركز هنا في سلطنة عمان. نسعى أيضا لتطوير ويب سايتس لتجميع كل المعلومات التي تعنى بالطرق التحليلية، وذلك لإتاحتها لكل المستعملون ولكل المهتمون في هذا المجال. وحاليا نحن نسعى لتوجه أكثر عملي في موضوع مواءمة واعتماد الطرق التحليلية. نحن نسعى لاعتماد، أو هدفنا التوصل إلى اعتماد طرق تحليلية مرجعية عربية. والمثال الأساسي الذي انطلقنا منه هو اعتماد طريقة مرجعية تحليلية عربية لتحليل الجلوتين في الأغذية الخالية من الجلوتين. لماذا الجلوتين؟ لأنه كان من الأولويات التي تم تحديدها ضمن نقاشات سابقة في ضمن المجتمع التحليلي العربي. تصورنا هو التالي: السعي نحو standardization of analytical methods for gluten testing، وذلك من خلال تأمين الدعم التقني من خلال كل خبراء المنضويين تحت القسم العربي. فإذا القسم العربي لمنظمة OAC سوف يسعى لتأمين الدعم التقني، كل الإكسبرتيز، الخبرات التقنية، وذلك لدراسة الطرق التحليلية. ومن ثم سوف نسعى مع شركائنا لتطوير منهجية وآلية لاعتماد هذه الطرق التحليلية من خلال دعم المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين أتسمو. تم إنشاء والموافقة على إنشاء لجنة Steering Committee Advisory Committee ضمن المنطقة العربية، وقد وافقت الهيئة التنفيذية للقسم العربي على هذا الإنشاء، وسوف ندعو قريبا لاجتماع أولي لهذه اللجنة لاعتماد طريقة عمل هذه اللجنة والتي سوف تشرف على هذا المشروع. المشروع الثاني من المشاريع التي يهمني الإضاءة عليها اليوم هو المشروع الذي مهم جدا الذي يعنى باختبارات الكفاءة Proficiency Testing. نسعى في القسم العربي لدعم المنطقة العربية. لقد بدأنا بإرسال استبيان للمجتمع التحليلي العربي، ومن هنا إذا سمحتم أعيد طلبي منكم الانضمام معنا كأعضاء في القسم العربي لإمكانية تسهيل التواصل بيننا وبينكم وبين كل المعنيين في القطاع التحليلي. فأرسلنا استبيان للمجتمع التحليلي العربي لتحديد الأولويات والحاجات والمصاعب بما يعنى باختبارات الكفاءة. ومن خلال هذا الاستبيان قررنا الانطلاق ببايلوت Proficiency Testing Program يعنى بالإنفنت فورمولا، وهو Proficiency Testing Program موجود ضمن لائحة الاختبارات الكفاءة التي تؤمنها OAC International، ولكن الهدف كان إشراك المنطقة العربية والمختبرات المعتمدة في المنطقة العربية لتنظيم هذه الاختبارات الكفاءة تحت إشراف أكيد المنظمة الأم والبروجرام الذي يعنى بالبروفيشنسي تيستينج في OAC International. لقد استحصلنا على دعم كبير، وهنا أغتنم الفرصة شكر جزيل الشركاء مختبر كيوكاب في مصر، في جمهورية مصر العربية، المختبرات في SFDA المملكة العربية السعودية، والمختبرات في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية التابعة للمؤسسة العسكرية. نشكر لهم دعمهم، وسوف سوف ننطلق في هذا المشروع قريبا جدا بإذن الله. في الختام يهمني التذكير والتشديد مرة أخرى كقسم عربي للAOAC في المنطقة العربية. نحن جاهزون للاستماع لأي طلبات من قبل المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية. أي صعوبات تواجهكم نرجو التواصل معنا. سوف نسعى دائما للقيام بهدفنا الذي هو تسهيل خلق هذا التواصل في نطاق المنطقة التي يغطيها القسم العربي، التواصل الأسهل مع الأقسام الأخرى، وهنا بإمكاننا الاستفادة من خبراتهم في مجالات عدة، والتواصل الأسهل مع المنظمة الأم OAC International في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. سوف نتابع كل أهدافنا التي تعنى ببناء القدرات. إذا كنتم بحاجة لبناء قدرات في موضوعات معينة تقنية، بإمكاني أعطيكم مثال. خلال الأيام الفائتة كان لدينا ندوة عربية للمجتمع الذي يعنى بالدستور الغذائي، وتم الإضاءة مثالا على موضوع مهم جدا يواجهونه، وهو يعنى بطرق سحب العينات، وقد طلبوا معلومات أكثر بموضوع السامبلينج بلان وطرق سحب العينات معينة. فمن هنا كقسم عربي بإمكاننا أن ننظم ورش عمل، ويبينارز، أن نتواصل مع خبراء في هذا المجال، ونسعى لتوضيح كل الأفكار في هذه المنطقة. أيضا من أهدافنا كما ذكرت الأساسية للمرحلة المقبلة المتابعة بموضوع موائمة واعتماد وتوحيد الطرق التحليلية، انطلاقا من المثال الأول الذي يعنى بطرق تحليل الجلوتين في الأغذية الخالية من الجلوتين. والهدف الثاني دعم مشروع اختبارات الكفاءة proficiency testing في المنطقة العربية وللمنطقة العربية. ندعو أيضا مختبرات معتمدة أخرى أن تتواصل معنا إذا كان لديها أي interest في المشاركة في هيك مشروع. شكرا جزيلا لاستماعكم، وأنا جاهز لأي استفسارات أو أي أسئلة.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور أمين. رجاء بقاء نفتح باب الأسئلة. في البداية أتمنى من الجمهور أن يتقدموا للمقاعد الأمامية عشان نكون قريبين من بعض، وفي حاجة إذا كان في أي حاجة لعملية للترجمة فالهيدسيت تبع الترجمة توفر في الخلف. فنفتح باب الأسئلة في حال وجود أي أسئلة للدكتور أمين. أيوة تفضل.
شكرا دكتور على العرض الوفي والشرح المتميز. هناك مشكلة حقيقة في كثير من الدول العربية في موضوع البروتوكول المستخدم في التحليل. والآن طبعا الجلوتين is a good point and we share a similar approach among the different institutions, different labs. فهل هناك من تحديات قائمة فيما يخص توحيد طرق التحليل المعنية بالمواد الغذائية وخاصة الكيميائية، كونكم يعني أكثر شمولية فيما يخص أدوات التحليل المعنية، وخاصة فيما يخص الإيميرجينج إيشوز المرتبطة بالمنطقة العربية، سواء كانت المواد الجافة نتكلم مثل الأفلاتوتوكسينز، أيضا فيما يخص المواد الكيميائية الناشئة الباي برودكتس من خلال عمليات التصنيع المختلفة في المادة الغذائية. وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لسؤالك، وكل المواضيع التي طرحتها حضرتك مواضيع مهمة جدا فعلا. بالنسبة للسؤال الأول الذي يعنى بهل نواجه مشاكل أو لاحظنا مواجهة مشاكل فيما يعنى بمواءمة الطرق التحليلية أو صعوبات في المنطقة العربية، فعلا. وسوف أعود لمثال الجلوتين الذي هو يعتبر مثال سيمبل في موضوع الطرق التحليلية المعتمدة، ولذلك كان هدفنا أيضا الانطلاق بطريقة تحليلية تعتبر ليست معقدة كثيرا على المجال التقني في هذا المجال. فنعم بإمكاني الإشارة إلى الكثير من الاختلافات والصعوبات يمكن ليس بصلب الطريقة التحليلية المعتمدة التي هي ELISA based approach في أغلب الأوقات، وهي طريقة معتمدة ومعترف فيها، ولكن في طريقة مثالا تحضير العينات لهذه التحليلات، وتحديدا أكثر في طريقة تحضير العينات التي لها علاقة بالأغذية الخاصة أو المنتوجات الغذائية الخاصة في المنطقة العربية. فهنا كان هدفنا السعي إلى مشاركة الأفكار بين المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية والتوصل إلى موائمة معينة في طريقة تحضير العينات الخاصة بالأغذية الخاصة فينا في المنطقة العربية traditional authentic food للمنطقة العربية. هنا بإمكاني الإشارة إلى العديد من الصعوبات التي لاحظناها، فهذا كان من أول أهدافنا. من الهدف الثاني، صحيح أن الطريقة التحليلية التي نسعى الآن لموائمتها هي طريقة تحليلية تعتبر متعارف عليها ومستعملة ELISA based approach، وحتى موجودة كofficial method of analysis ضمن لائحة official methods of analysis لOAC International. ولكن دائما في طريقة استعمال الطرق التحليلية مهم أن نتوصل إلى موائمة أكثر في إن كان تحضير العينات، إن كان حتى تحليل البيانات المعتمدة إلى آخره. فمشروعنا الآن في هذا المجال هو وضع اشتراطات تقنية علمية للموافقة وقبول طرق تحليلية حتى متنوعة، ليس فقط ELISA based approaches. الهدف الانطلاق بوضع performance requirement performance criteria سوف نرتكز عليها لقبول طرق تحليلية، ومن بارتكازا على هذه البرفورمانس كرايتيريا والاشتراطات سوف نسعى لوضع آلية ومنهجية اعتماد الطرق التحليلية سعيا إلى موائمة أكثر وأكثر بين الطرق المستعملة. بالنسبة للتشالنجز بما يعنى بالإميرجينج كونتامينانتس أو بما يعنى حتى بالنيو ماتريسيز التي ممكن أن تصدر عن طرق تصنيع جديدة أو إلى آخره، هذه من المواضيع الجد مهمة وسوف نسعى أيضا لمناقشتها في خلال أعمالنا المقبلة. شكرا للأفكار.
شكرا. ممكن تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا الأخ أمين. لدي سؤالين بسيطين. السؤال الأول، بما أن كل المخابر العربية يمكن أن تكون كشبكة في التحاليل، هل هناك منصة رقمية ممكن نتعرف على القدرات التحليلية بالنسبة لهذه المخابر؟ بمعنى ماذا تقوم وقدرتها، لأنك تعرف أن على المستوى العربي ممكن بعض التحاليل تتطلب إمكانيات كبيرة ومخابر مرجعية. صحيح. السؤال الثاني، هل الشبكة حاليا تشتغل مثلا على طرق تحديد السكر المضاف؟ احنا لا أتكلم على العصائر، صحيح. أتكلم واضح. على المشروبات. أحيانا نجد خالية من السكر المضاف، وأحيانا نجد نسبة السكر المضاف، ولكن هل هناك منهج على المستوى العربي يمكننا من معرفة هذا الأمر؟ شكرا.
شكرا أخي نور الدين. صحيح. بالنسبة لسؤالكم الأول، هو فعلا شكرا للسؤال، هو من الأهداف الأساسية كما ذكرت خلق التواصل بين هذا المجتمع العربي. وحتى الآن نحن نرتكز، لدينا موقع إلكتروني حتى الآن على هذا الموقع الإلكتروني، ولدينا يوتيوب شانل نسعى أن نضع كل التسجيلات الويبينارز، تسجيلات المؤتمرات، لدينا كل المعلومات كما ذكرت، الأنظمة الداخلية، كل الوثائق إلى آخره، القرارات، كل الوثائق التحليلية نسعى أن ننشرها. ولكن من أهدافنا الأساسية هو خلق this database للمختبرات العربية، وهذا طموحنا من بعد كودرة أكبر للمجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية، أن نطلق استبيان، ومن خلال هذا الاستبيان سوف نسعى للاستحصال على كل المعلومات لهذه المختبرات الطرق التحليلية. لديهم ما هي الأنالايتس الذين يقومون بتحليلها، ما هي الطرق التحليلية المعتمدة لديهم، وذلك بهدف تأمين هذه المعلومات ومشاركة المعلومات ضمن الدول العربية والمنطقة العربية لتسهيل التواصل ولتسهيل هذا الموضوع. فهذا من ضمن أهدافنا الأساسية. بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني، موضوع السكر المضاف، وقد طرح هذا الموضوع، كنا باجتماع لجنة الدستور الغذائي المعنية بالتوسيم وCCFL، وكان هذا الموضوع as added sugar، وتم طرح موضوع ما هي الطرق التحليلية التي يمكن أن تميز بين أو أن تقوم بتحديد السكر المضاف، كمية السكر as added sugar. فهذا من المواضيع المهمة. لم نبدأ حاليا فعليا بطرح هذا الموضوع ومناقشته، ولكن ممكن أن تكون من الأفكار الممتازة للانطلاق بها.
شكرا دكتور. تفضل السؤال الأخير.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
يعطيك العافية دكتور أمين، محاضرة مميزة حقيقة. شكرا. معك باسم عزام من TSI.
أهلا وسهلا.
دكتور، حقيقة السؤال إنه هل في أي دور للAOC سواء القسم العربي أو المنظمة الأم في نشر الوعي بما يتعلق بموضوع الاختبارات التحليلية، يعني وخصوصا في قطاع الصناعة؟ أحيانا قطاع الصناعة بيصير في يعني over confidence لنتائج التحليل، فبالتالي إذا طلعت النتيجة نيجاتيف بيعملوا ريليز للبرودكتس، بينما هي النتائج التحليل عبارة عن مؤشر، أحد المؤشرات على جودة أو سلامة المواد الغذائية. فهل للAOC أي دور بنشر الوعي حول طرق أو منهجيات استخدام نتائج التحليل؟ وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا للسؤال، شكرا لسؤالكم. هي بالنسبة للسؤال، هل هذا الموضوع من أهداف أو من الميشن أو للمنظمة الأم أو للقسم العربي؟ نعم، هذا من أهم أهدافنا. ونشر ليس فقط الوعي أو المعلومات التقنية والتحليلية التكنيكال اللي لها علاقة بالطرق التحليلية، ولكن أيضا نشر أي موضوع يعنى بالوعي الأشمل أو العام عن كيفية استعمال النتائج التي نستحصل عليها كما ذكرت حضرتكم. فهذه فكرة من الأفكار التي يمكن أن نعمل عليها، ولكن دائما أصر نحن موجودون، فنسعى ونريد أن نتواصل مع الشركاء إن كانوا من مجال الصناعي أو من المجال الرسمي، المختبرات الرسمية المعتمدة، للاستماع لطلباتهم ولأسئلتهم، ونحن جاهزون للانطلاقة ولتأمين كل الطلبات. فإذا كان لديكم أي مثال عملي أو حسي واجهتم أي إشكالية في هذا المجال، نحن جاهزون للمساعدة. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور امين. شكرا. تفضل. عليكم. لو سمحت نتمنى من الإخوان اللي في المقاعد الخلفية يتقدموا، خلينا نكون قريبين حتى عملية الأسئلة تكون أسهل. ننتقل إلى الورقة الثانية لهذه الجلسة، وهي بعنوان Innovative Analytical Solution for PFAS, which is a polyfluoroalkyl substance. يقدمها الأستاذ خالد غفار، مدير تطوير الأعمال الإقليمي بمؤسسة ووترز دبي. فليتفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. PFAS, just like Dr. has explained to you, polyfluoroalkyl sulfonates compound, this is the emerging contaminants, and we really have a big issue around the world. 2 years back, once I was in event, we are talking about the PFAS, and that time there was no regulations. But today we will talk more about, because from the US to Europe, now the regulations are available. We will discuss this one. In Middle East region, we are already working with Abu Dhabi Food Control Authority, ADQCC, ADAFSA, Saudi FDA, because they are doing the pilot studies. So this presentation will give you that what are the regulations, what are the PFAS we need to check it, and in the same time, how we can cope the situation. Just to understand that what are PFAS, PFAS are basically fluoroalkyl compounds, and the only difference which you will find it here is the functional group which is attached with this one. If you will do the swab testing of this room, you will find the PFAS. Everywhere the PFAS are available, and it's really a big concern for the one because these PFAS compounds are very persistent. It cannot destroy with temperature, it cannot destroy by degradation with respect to time, so, and it's a big concern for us to be identified this one. There are a lot of applications around the world in which the people are talking about PFAS. I am just giving some glimpse about in the packaging material. It is there in the water analysis, the pesticides lab which are doing is that the metabolites have the the sludge coming from the hydrocarbon sector, it has a PFAS and all this one, and there are a lot of applications and a lot of data is available. Just to let you know, in the food sciences, the marine food is very important for us. And there is a search for that one. In 2023, there is a research happened, and that research is clearly saying is that one fish have more than the PFAS as compared to the entire water of a lake in the US. So they did the study, so it's very important to understand how to deal with this monster, especially I will say as an emerging contaminants, and in the same time what we can do for this one. Why it is important? PFAS are potential carcinogenic compounds. The real symptoms which the people are getting from this one, elevated cholesterol level. You have a diet control, but your cholesterol level and lipid profile is increasing, so there is a reason for this one. So a classic of the PFOA compound, which are the oxalic acid derivatives of the PFAS, they are already established as a cancer-producing substances. In the same time, they are the thyroid hormone disruptors, and the clinical data is available that yes, these are a big concern for the set. As a chemist, once we are talking about any contaminant, any compound, is that first thing is come to our mind is that how I will prepare the sample, what technology I will do it, what site of tools. Now it's an era of AI. So what tools are available to detect these compounds and how to do this one. And the most important thing is that as a regulatory lab, are the CRMs available, are the PTs available, and I can regulate the method for myself or not. So once we are talking about the PFAS, it's not only technology, it's a complete solution in which you need a LC-MS mass spectrometer system. You should have a tools by extract the samples and prepare it for this one. You should have a solid, you can say, informatics for that one. PFAS generally known are the compounds for which you need to do the solid phase extraction. There are methods based on the metrics. For example, if you are doing that drinking water analysis, in drinking water analysis, you can just concentrate your water and then you can do this one. But if you are talking about the food matrices, you need to follow the solid phase extraction technique. The thing is that, as I told you in beginning, that PFAS is everywhere. In the liquid chromatography systems, in HPLC, in LC-MS, normally we are using the Teflon tubes. So this slide is giving you a very good idea that since PFAS are available everywhere, since the Teflon tubes of the mobile phase, it is coming the PFAS from that one. So it's very difficult to know that from where the PFAS is coming. Is it the false positive result or false negative result if I am getting from where the PFAS is coming? So the contribution of Waters for the scientific community is that we have developed a kit which you can install in any system, but the benefit of this kit is that this kit will minimize the impact and trap the PFAS which is coming from your mobile phase, which is coming from your vials, which is coming from the containers you are using for this one. So main idea of this one is that you have an isolator column, and the main purpose of this column is that whatever the PFAS is coming in the background, it traps it. And then it elutes it. What the benefit of this one? That once it will trap and it will elute it, the retention time differs. And due to the difference in the retention time, you can easily identify, is it coming from a matrix? Is it coming from the background? or is it coming from your sample analysis? So that is very important to understand for this one. Just to know, I know that most of the people here know about the LC-MS. Just to let you know that the tandem quadrupole technique is the technology which you need to use for PFAS analysis. Why? I will share it to you the next slide, but the most important thing which you need to know, the gold standard for quantitation is a triple quad system. Whether you are using it with your routine HPLC or the UPLC, that is the most important thing which you need to use it. So, as I told you that why tandem quad? Because the tandem quad technology can do the multiple reaction monitoring, in which you will take one molecule, you will break into the fragments, and with respect to the fragments to the parentyne, you will confirm that this compound is present and which concentration for that one. There are so many methods available, and waters have a long history to work with EPA, with ASTM, with AOAC to develop these methods. These methods are available, so you don't need to do the method development work. Based on the metrics, based on your sample, based on the concentration you are looking for, the methods are available, and these are well-recognized methods by EPA and AOAC, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. What you have to do is that you need to just follow what is your protocol, what method you want to follow it, and based on this one, you can do the analysis for that one. Last year, on April 10, United States EPA, they have already published the regulations, and these regulations have already established that you need to do the PFAS screening, PFOA, PFOS, up to the 4 parts per trillion. It's a very low concentration, and this is the limit in the drinking water they have set for this one. Other than that, the limit is 10 ppt. Most of the people here, they are doing in the food safety, pesticide analysis, mycotoxin analysis, metronidazole drugs analysis. The limits are in ppb level. 5 ppb, 2 ppb is the minimum. Imagine, for PFAS, we have to go low. Why? The toxicity level of PFAS is very high as compared to the pesticide. That is the reason is that we need to detect it on a very low concentration. Just to give you an idea that what is the meaning of a PPT level, if you see here, if you will just take a drop of water in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pool and drop it in that one. So this is the concentration which is equals to 1 nanogram on 1 ppt level. So imagine your sample, imagine your matrix, imagine your LC system. So it's a very sophisticated analysis. It's a futuristic analysis. The regulatory bodies are working on this one. And the good thing is that we are working with them since a long time, and as a result of that, we have developed the regulations and we are helping them to work on this one. Just to let you know that as a chemist or as a scientist, how you will start it. So the solid phase extraction is a technique by which you will extract your compound, then you will analyze it on this one. So based on your compound, based on the isomerization of the PFAS, you have 2 different types of classes available. So based on your matrix, you can choose it and you can do this one. Now I will just give you a hint, because I was working for one project for a CTO who is responsible for the drinking water testing. They say in one day, we are getting samples more than 50. So we cannot afford a sample extraction procedure long and all this one. They were prepared to have a direct injection. As you know that we are preparing sample because our instruments, our technology are not sensitive enough to analyze the compound on a very low concentration. So what we have done is that 2 years back, we have developed our technology and we have prepared a special LC-MS system, which is so far is the one of the world's most sensitive system. The TQ Absolute system in Abu Dhabi, ADQCC, they are using this system for the risk analysis of the samples in the drinking water. And the good thing of this one is that you can do the direct injection of your water sample for the PFAS screening. The systems can easily detect the compounds in 0.01 nanogram level. So the higher the sensitivity of the system, less will be your work because you don't need to prepare the samples for that purpose. So Basically, as I told you, the 10th April 2024, the US EPA has already released the regulations, and the regulations are like that 4 ppt is a limit of quantitation you need to have for the system to analyze for this one. So the methods are already developed for this one. Most important thing is that why this analysis, and as I told you, that why the PFAS are everywhere. Any material which is water repellent, any material which is thermally stable, they are the one who is releasing the PFAS compounds for this one. So imagine that any coating, any material, any HPLC system will have a Teflon tubes or PTFE septa or Teflon septas on this one, or the vials, they are the precursor of the false positive results because they will bring the PFAS into the sample. So remember, irrespective of the technology, the most important thing which you need to do is, one, the system should have a PFAS kit which will replace all the tubings with stainless steel and PEEK tubing, so your system will become inert. That is the most crucial point to avoid the positive results for this one. So we have a lot of applications. We have developed the methods. Please go to waters.com and you can download this method because these applications will clearly give you the information that how the PFAS are available and how you can treat with respect to your samples. As I told you, for water analysis, what we need to do is if you want to do the direct injection, if you have a TQ absolute or TQ excess system, what you need to do, you need to take 250 ml of water, concentrate it up to 0.5 ml, and after concentration, you can directly inject to water. So this is the technique. If you have a river water, if you have a sea water, if you have a treated water, we are just doing a project with NWC in Riyadh, and they want to check after sewage treatment, sewage water, they want to check it that how we are contributing to increase the PFAS level for marine products. So once the water is treated, they want to be ensured that it will be PFAS free. So what they are doing is basically, it is the same thing that concentrate your water sample, extract it from the SPE, and then inject it into the system. So, as I told you that for a regulatory lab, it is very important that once you will do the market assessment, once you will validate your method, then in that cases, you should have a limit of detection which is related to the health advisory limit, HDL, for the clinical toxicity level of the compound. So this exercise has been done, and based on the metrics, we have the HDL data available that how much concentration can be in the food, how much concentration in water, and what is the limits we are getting with respect to the concentration. So this work has already been applied, and we have an internal laboratory test data. And remember, the concentration we are targeting is 0.001 nanogram. Limit is 4 ppt. But once we are developing the methods, we are targeting 0.001 negative. Why? Because we need to go as low as possible we can do it, so we can monitor the situation and we can have a surveillance on the site. So EPA methods are available. My presentations are already with that one. You have a link on this one, so everybody can request it and you can get it on this one. Because the most important thing is that based on your metrics, which type of workflow you will select it. Technology is same. You need an LC-MS system, but for sample preparation workflow, it totally depends on your metrics for that one. So, as I told you that there are thousands of PFAS. The regulatory one till now is 20. So the methods are available for these 20 different types of PFAS methods. One run of 15 minutes will be able to do all the screening and quantitation work, and for that purpose, we are complying with the regulations. Once you are doing the PFAS in a meat sample, okay? In meat samples, there is basically an interfering compounds which are normally available, cholic acid, and this cholic acid is giving the same fragmentation like PFAS. The primary ion, the parent ion, and the fragment ion are the same. So what we need to ensure is that we need to remodify the mobile phase composition, and luckily we have done it, because if you see here, these two chromatograms, this is the cholic acid and this is the PFOS. If you see, the EPA regulations are clearly saying the resolution between the cholic acid and PFOS should be 1. This cannot be achieved by the acetonitrile one. What you need to do, that you need to change your mobile phase and gradient composition to get this resolution. This is the system suitability test, and PT testing for the PFOS in the meat samples, where you have to have the mobile phase modifications for that. This is the chart. Last year, I have a data in October 2024. Till October 2024, we have more than 250 installations all over the world. And we have done it on different types of samples: soil samples, sludge samples, food samples. So this data is saying, and it is clearly validating the term, that in all matrices, PFAS is available. More important is that we need to have a tool, we need to have a regulations that how we can check it, how we can monitor it in order to avoid any effect onto the life. So as I told you, whether the most suspect here in this part of the world is the marine life, seafood, because there are observations that instead of drinking water, because drinking water, what we have is a desalination water. So the first study for desalination water is already started. We are doing it in Saudi Arabia, and the purpose of this desalination study is that once you desalinate the water, you will add the minerals in the waters, and once it will start to go through the pipelines to the reservoirs, is it a chance that some leaching effect is happening from the pipelines and the people are getting for this one? Other than that, the biggest challenge is seafood, the fishes. So that's why it is very important that we should have a tool to do the analysis, because if it is in fish and people are taking that fish, imagine that it can come into our blood, and I will share with you some data is that once it is coming in our blood, as a result of that, it persists into the body. What is happening is that one endocrine disruptors is happening, thyroid hormone functions are disrupting, and if the concentration is increasing, then as a result of that, it is causing this one. We have done a study as a collaborative project in K-Mark in Saudi, and what is observed is that although the concentrations are very less, but we have observed is that in human milk also the PFAS are available. So it's a very dangerous one. The best is that we have to start to work out on the processes, on the regulations, that how we can cover the conditions and how we can remove this one. Just to give you a very simple idea, that if you have different types of fruits, vegetables, and milk, in this case, the cultures, just like you are using for the pesticide screening, are enough to extract the compound. But once we are talking about high content of proteins, high contents of lipids, fats in that, then in this case, we have to go to the only SPE with the wax cartridges for this one, because these are the cartridges who can retain the different types of materials. So based on your, just like you are doing for pesticides, that is your food material is high water content, green leaves, orange juice, apple juice, or they are the very high concentration of carbohydrates like potatoes, very low concentration of water like avocado, high sugar content, strawberry. All these matrices for chemists are different matrices. They need to adopt different procedures to prepare the samples for this one. And luckily, we have developed an application note which is covering all these different types of materials, and you can analyze and you can take on this one. So this, I will not spend the time. You are using it on the day-to-day basis, that cultures you are using in your lab, you are using day-to-day for pesticide analysis for this one. So the same cultures adopting, you can extract the PFAS in a different matrices and you can analyze for this one. This is the extractidine, just a runtime of 15 minutes, 20 different PFAS we can do and we can analyze this one. We have challenged the matrices also, that which matrices I am getting this one, because isomerization, isomers, if you have a linear PFAS or if you have a branch PFAS, they both can be co-eluted. So in this case, you should have a proper chromatographic method by which you can separate it and you can analyze for this one. Workflow for milk analysis, we have done it. It is defined for this one. 0.1 nanogram is the concentration. And remember, The regulatory limit is 10 ppt for the food items. So we are far lower in this one, which means that the methods can be used for this one time. This you are doing on daily basis, how you calibrate your system. Are you going to use the thermally labeled or isotopic standards as an internal standard, or you are doing the matrix-based calibration? Of course, we know that once we are using the isotopic labeled compounds, internal standards, they are more accurate. The problem with the matrix match is that if the matrix is changed, then your calibration graph will disturb. So we have challenged both methodology, and we have developed the methods in such a manner that whether you will do the matrix, what will be the accuracy, whether you will use the ISO-labeled structure, internal standards, what will be the structures for that one. So that you can do this one. So this is the recovery data. I will not spend more time here. TDCA, we have explained to this one. Method validation is there. Internal standards are available, and the workflows are easily available for. Cosmetics also, we are doing some studies with Dubai municipality in that, because there are some research papers are available that cosmetics materials can also be suspect due to the coding, due to the coating, due to the water repellent substances in that one. It can be caused to the entry of the PFAS in the body. So the method is developed, the same protocol, same season, and that was the very dangerous slide. We are consuming PFAS on daily basis. Where it is going? Is it retaining, excreting out from the body? No, it is retaining in the body. So the more exposure to the PFAS, the more we are exposing ourselves to a danger for a different type of disease for this one. So this study, they have done it on a different serum lots, and using the same technology, we have this one. So how waters can help you on this one? Most important thing in this particular hazard is the training and education. If you are interested in training, we have an established lab in ADQCC in Masdar, where the instrument is available. Feel free to contact us, and then we can do the trainings for this one. In the same time, there are so many online courses are available. Just one information which is very important to you, if you are looking for a total solution, which is the mandatory requirement for PFAS, your system should be inert, how to prepare the sample, what is the matrix effect. In all these cases, the solutions are available. So thank you very much. And any question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghaffar, for this informative presentation. We'll open the stage now for question. Any question? Yes, just over there. Mike, can you please give him?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you too much, Mr. Khalid. It is informative and useful presentation. Actually, I have two questions for you. How can minimize the level of PFAS in our food? Or what is the strategies? Question number two, what is the technique or the method is more sensitive you are recommend to detect the PFAS in our food? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good question. The first part of the question, which is what is the strategy? That is the things in your hand. The regulatory bodies, they need to do the market assessment in order to understand that what hazard is already available in the environment, how much concentration of PFAS I am getting in the marine animals. Based on this one, the first step is monitoring, then identify the root cause from where the PFAS is available. Just like I told you that we are working on a project for the marine sciences in which they are treating the sewage water, and this is basically US EPA direction, that they are treating the sewage water before to put it into the sea. They monitor the PFAS concentrations, and based on this one, they monitor the condition. So the regulatory bodies has to do the things here. They have to maintain the regulations, and based on this one, you can do it. Second part of your question is that what technique is based. Remember that these PFAS are highly soluble in waters samples. So they are aqueous samples. They are very highly soluble in this one. They are very polar compounds. So we have to use the LC-MS technique. Now it depends on your matrix. Are you doing the drinking water? Are you doing the food substances? Are you doing the fats and lipids? You will select it. But answer to your question is that you need to use LC-MS-MS. If the sensitivity is not much like food substances, like 10 ppt, then you can use the solid phase extraction, sample preparation, and then you don't need a very high sensitive system. But if you are involved into the physiological fluids, human blood, and in the same time the drinking water analysis, and you want to minimize your sample preparation steps, you need to go to high sensitivity systems, so you can do the direct injection.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. It is wonderful. I am Raya Al-Bloushi from Al-Sharqiyya University. My question is, we have industrial chemistry students who require training in such equipment. So I'd like just to learn more about what type of training. Is it available for students or for lab technicians? And what they will be doing there? Analyzing samples or only how to use the instrument?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Just like you have mentioned, is that there are different types of trainings for different type of people. Students, they really need to know the technology. The researchers, they really want to know how to adopt this technology for this one. So we are open in the ADQCC training center. We are open that whether you want to do a basic training or you want to do the training at on-site in your lab for a fundamentals one or on the workflow this one. So based on your need, we can customize the trainings. Our trainings can be theoretical plus some hands-on experience of the equipment. Our trainings can be on the method development side. Our trainings can be on advanced level for the troubleshooting and equipment. So based on your need, we are open to customize our course, whether we will do in Oman or whether we can do in our training center in ADQCC Abu Dhabi.
Thank you. The last question, please. Yeah.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. You have caught our attention regarding.
Can you raise your voice, please?
Okay, so you have caught our attention regarding the PFAS testing. So, if PFAS is everywhere, so my question is, do we have to create special facilities to control the external PFAS contamination? For example, for infectious agent, we use either BSL-2 or BSL-3 lab. So, for testing the PFAS, do we have to create such kind of special facilities? Thank you.
Very good question. Right now, the lab qualification for PFAS is not established. But what you need to do, just like I mentioned to in slide number 8, is that you have to use the PFAS kit on your chromatography and mass spectrometry system, because this kit will ensure that whatever be the background PFAS, it will not reach to the mass detector and you will not be able to analyze for this one. So lab environment is the same. It is not something like for 1,4-dioxane, you need a dedicated lab environment. Environment is the same, but you need to be very careful that you will not use any Teflon coating material. Vials, pipettes, and your system should have a PFAS kit, because this kit will isolate the PFAS which is coming from the background and from the mobile phase. That is the crucial thing which you need to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghaffar, for your presentation. وننتقل الآن إلى الورقة الثالثة لهذه الجلسة، وهي بعنوان التحقق من دقة ومصداقية الاختبارات المخبرية. عذرا، الورقة الثالثة بعنوان Latest Development in Methods and Application from the Arab Region، أحدث التطورات في الطرق والتطبيقات في المنطقة العربية. يقدمها الأستاذ عبد الله يوسف المرزوقي من مجلس أبو ظبي للجودة والمطابقة، فليتفضل.
السلام عليكم جميعا. صوتي واضح؟ I would like to start this in English so we can have everyone engaged with me, inshallah. And I would take you a little bit away from the topics of chemistry and microbiology. I'm speaking today about radiation. So I'm going to talk about radiation testing for contamination in food and groundwater and the relation to public health. First of all, let's have a look on the table of content. I will go very fast through why radiation matters in our food, what are the sources of radiation in our food and also drinking water, what we have in regulation or standardized method, and also after that there is one gap I would address inshallah, and we are going to cover radon gas and radon gas progeny and parents in food and water. At the end, after hearing all about this radiation, we might ask ourselves what we have to detect this radiation, and then we will cover the future collaboration inshallah and conclusion. So starting with why radiation matters in our food and water. Basically, the main hazard of radiation is not direct toxicity, but it is a continuous and chronic exposure to radiation, even with low levels, especially from ingestion of radioactive contaminated food or water. If we uncontrolled continuously the ingestion of such food, for example, we might have consequences such as increasing of bone cancer if we consume radium isotopes or strontium-90. Sometimes increase of course, increase of lung cancer if you are exposed to radon gas, especially through inhalation, and any increase of developing a cancer and genetic mutation. It might happen through any of radionuclides, and some of radioactive material such as uranium-238, which is considered as a heavy element, might cause organ damage with, of course, again, continuous exposure to radioactive material. Historically, what had happened, of course, everyone knows Chernobyl accident. At that time, there was a huge release of different radionuclides, but I want to point to iodine-131, which caused approximately more than 4,000 cases of thyroid cancer that were reported after Chernobyl accident, and main contributor to this was the consumption of contaminated food and milk. But what are the sources of radiation in our food and water? We have seen that nuclear accident might contribute, and we can see here cesium-137 and 134 and strontium-90 are part of fallouts from nuclear accident, but also there is other radionuclides which are naturally occurring radioactive material or norms. They also exist naturally everywhere, and they can contribute to our food contamination. For example, radium-228 and 226, uranium-238 are parts of our geology. They can be uptaken by our plants or by using the deep well water, and then contribute to our food chain. Potassium-40, for example, it is naturally available in everything, and you might find a lot of research papers speaking just about potassium-40 that has high content, especially in banana. From regulatory perspective, what do we have? In Abu Dhabi, currently, we are using two main things to assess the radiation content of food and water. First, we have the GSO standardization 988. This focus only on cesium-134 and cesium-137 content in food. And in the table here, you can see here, 5 main parameters, which is dairy products, baby food, other types of food, animal feed, and water. But what I want to focus on is the Department of Energy Water Quality Regulation, which was established this year, the 6th edition. It's covering gross alpha and gross beta. باللغة العربية ألفا الكلية وبيتا الكلية للمواد المشعة. Once we address these two limits, and I have put a star on this. So sometimes you might get a beta above 1.0 becquerel, which is the maximum allowed limit. But in the upper one, you have cesium-137 10 becquerel. How we can compromise? So actually, if we found that the limit is more than 1 becquerel, we go to further analysis on the table on your right hand, we have more than 17 parameters to be tested. And once it is above 1 becquerel, but it is still within the limits here, then there is no issue. We can continue using and drinking this water. Based on internationally frameworks, of course, guidelines of WHO was the main contributor to Department of Energy in Abu Dhabi radionuclide list. 17 parameters, yes, in Abu Dhabi regulation. However, in WHO, it has a huge database of each radionuclide that can contribute to human health and water quality. In Codex, we have general standard of contaminants and toxins. As you can see on the table, there are different and several limits specified for infinite food alone and also other types of food. However, when I go through the representative radionuclide, I can see that most of these radionuclides are part either from nuclear accident or through nuclear process that happen in nuclear power plants. So for me, I can identify a gap that might not be covered in the Codex or other regulation, which are the naturally occurring radioactive material, such as polonium-210, potassium-40, radium isotopes, and so on. So, radon risk in drinking water is mainly radon gas usually is dissolved in water. It is not, so once you treat it well, there is no radon, it will be escaping. But we will see in the next slide, inshallah, what can cause by radon eventually. So radon sources usually are three main contributors. Mainly, it is only one, which is deep water. So we have two, I have putting two together, which is groundwater that used for public, and also private wells that we are using either in our farms or our homes. And last thing, this hot springs that coming from uranium-bearing wells, which can be found in Japan, United States, and France. How about our region? There are few studies that covered our region. For example, in the United Arab Emirates, we have a study that started from Abu Dhabi to Al Ain, including Jebel Hafid area. The radioactive material of radon gas was between 0.16 to more than 1,000 becquerel per liter. In Saudi Arabia, for example, we had a study from 0.16 to approximately 17 becquerel per liter. Qatar, on the other hand, started from approximately 5 to 60 becquerel per liter. And when we compare these to the regulation or the water quality regulation proposed by WHO, we can see that some parts of United Arab Emirates from wells are exceeding these limits. But again, the major risk of radon gas is through inhalation. 90% of exposure to human is through inhalation. But what makes radon gas important here? Radon gas actually has a parent, which are different radioactive material, which can be radium, and progeny, which will be seen in the next slide. Progeny are usually decay products of radon gas. These are 4 examples of the progeny that comes from radon gas. Even if radon gas was presented for a short time in water, it might release some of its progeny in the water, and these are not gas, these remain in the water. We have lead-214 and bismuth-214. They don't have a lot of hazard, but still they are radioactive material. The two main contributors to the hazard are polonium-210 and lead-210, which have highly radiotoxic and also bioaccumulate in our body. On the other hand, naturally occurring, including radon parents and radon progeny, are presented in our food through soil uptake by plants. So when the soil is presented with a lot of radioactive material, it will be taken up by plants, and then it will eventually end up in our crops. Also, when we irrigate our food, especially if I'm having my private well in my private farm, I'm using it for irrigation, I'm not testing it very well, then the food I'm producing, it might get contaminated with radium and other elements that emit radiation. At the end, we have bioaccumulation in polonium-210 and also lead-210, which usually seen very clearly in seafood and shellfish. Last one is the fertilizer use. Of course, we are using fertilizer. Some of these fertilizer contain phosphate, and phosphate that comes from the ground are usually, in some cases, are contaminated with uranium and radium. But hearing all of this, you might fear that what we have in our hand to analyze. But here, for example, in radiation laboratory of ADQCC, regarding the items or the radionuclides that you have spoken about, we have these 4 major instrumentation. For gamma emitters, all types of gamma emitters, some progeny of radium, cesium-134, cesium-137, and potassium-40. We have high purity germanium detectors. We have gas proportional counters on the other hand, which we use it in our lab as screening methodology. So if we assume that the water might contain some contamination, we run gross alpha and gross beta and gross radium, then we do further analysis on the other instrumentation. Alpha spectrometry is used to analyze heavy alpha emitters, which can be uranium isotopes, plutonium isotopes, and the whole list here, either natural or artificial. The last instrumentation is also used as screening instrumentation, but it has a benefit of analyzing other isotopes, including radon gas and water. So what we are expecting, inshallah, in the future, to address this gap that natural radioactive material is not clearly covered in the regulation, either in our country or generally in the world. Maybe we can have some regional collaboration on studying actually the situation. Does it need a monitoring program? Do we have actually high content that contribute to our food web? After that, I think naturally occurring radioactive material or norms, especially the one that comes from deep well, might be addressed in awareness session to people, farmers that are using these private wells. Finally, I'm expecting after we have all of these, there might be an expansion of monitoring policies, inshallah. So at the end, okay. So at the end, many people might think that strontium-90, cesium-137, 134 are the main contributor to the food through the previous accident that occurred in the world. However, in reality, the situation is much different. We have a lot of radioactive material that contributing to our food web without us noticing, because we might not have the much focus on analyzing these. And once we analyze, we can know that these limits are elevating, or it is still the same, or we are reaching to certain area that if we irrigate with water, we might contaminate our food in the future. At the end, further analysis, study, monitoring program might be taken in place to address all of these concerns. Thank you for having me. Anyone have any question? Please, I'm free.
شكرا جزيلا استاذ عبد الله على المحاضره القيمه، ونفتح الباب للاسئله. اي اسئله؟ ايوه تفضل. مايك لو سمحت.
شكرا مهندس عبد الله.
عفوا.
شكرا على العرض القيم. So sorry, I will ask in English. Based on your experience, let's say we are using now mainly in GCC countries desalinated water. So before desalination, let's say we have these artificial radionuclides. Do you think after the desalination process they are going or staying?
Through desalination process, I believe most of these are taken out. From my experience, because I do the analysis in the laboratory, most of these water are tested for gross alpha, gross beta, and also gamma. Nearly nothing was there. Some cases there might be increased beta, which is natural through potassium, and when you go back to the limit, it's okay. But the main issue here is not the water comes from desalination, but more the water comes from underground without proper treatment. Thank you.
Because another question. Because there is also another companies that they use groundwater for actually they convert them to drinking water. So same remain, the same issue, they get eliminated after desalination?
If there is a proper treatment, yes, it will be clear. Also from our experience that in our laboratory, we also do the bottled water that comes from ground and also the desalination water. And again, there is no high elevation of radiation. So all within the limits. But what remains is only the ones that people do irrigation in their farms, and we might not have a clear vision of the contamination that happened to the food. So here might be the site of improvement for this.
Yes, thank you. Any other question? Yes, over there.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا على العرض القيم. صحيح المداخلة حول التحاليل والمخابر حول الإشعاعات. سؤالي إذا كانت متوفرة لديك المعلومة بالنسبة للمواد المستوردة، تحاليل على الإشعاعات هل تتم بصفة آلية أو على أي معايير نقوم باقتطاع العينات والتحاليل؟ لأن أيضا هذه التحاليل مكلفة أيضا. شكرا.
إذا فهمت سؤالك صح، أنت قصدك على أي بروسيجرز نحن نستند ولا؟
السؤال بالنسبة للمنتوجات المستوردة.
أي نعم.
الرقابة على الحدود، هل التحاليل بالنسبة للمواد المشعة تتم بصفة آلية؟ كل ما يدخل نقوم عليه بالفحص على الأشعة، أو هناك معايير حسب البلد حسب المنتوج تكون حسب الخطر يقوم باقتطاع الحينة وإجراء التحاليل؟ شكرا.
شكرا. حاليا نحن مثلا عندنا في ابو ظبي اغلب الشحنات اللي توصل على الحدود الخارجيه باي ديفولت نسوي لها تحاليل اشعاعيه، وبتكون بناء على ريجوليشن الجي اس او 988 بتكون سيزيوم 134 137، وهذه تستوي بشكل روتيني او مستمر لبعض المنتجات، خاصه منتجات حليب الاطفال هذه دائما تكون موجوده. لكن في اوقات توصلنا معلومات انه يمكن في مشكله في احد الكونتينرات اللي جايه يمكن تكون فيها كونتامينيشن، هالوقت يكون في اناليسيز اكبر حتى عن الروتين اللي تكون عينه بسيطه مش عينات باحجام كبيره.
شكرا. تفضل جماعه.
شكرا عبد الله على البرزنتيشن. في عندي سؤال بس
صوت لو صوت
بالنسبه للرادون غاز. وايش الجهاز المستخدم في تحليل الرادون غاز؟ لان شفت الليكويد سنتيليشن.
لو تقرب المايك اكثر.
شفت الليكويد سنتيليشن اللي موجود.
صحيح.
نعم.
خلينا نحطه.
فهل الليكويد سنتيليشن هو الافضل لتحليل رادون غاز؟
اذا كان الرادون غاز ديزولفد في الووتر هو احسن ميثود واسرع ميثود اصلا تحلل فيه. في اذر ميثود نحن نستخدم في تحليل ثاني ويطول، نتريا عليه 21 يوم لحد ما نوصل لإكوليبريم وبعدها نسوي التحليل. لكن اذا عندي الووتر ماخوذ بطريقه صحيحه من السايت الليكويد سنتيليشن يكون سريع جدا، وحتى خلال اقل عن يوم تقدر تحصل نتيجه كامله من تاريخ جمع العينه اذا وصل المختبر.
يعني اذا في هناك عينات مستعجله وكذا بالنسبه للرادون هل تتبع نفس الاجراء؟
حاليا الرادون له حاله خاصه لانه غاز ما متوقع يكون في الفود، فغالبا بيكون بس في الماء.
لا بالنسبه للووتر.
بالنسبه
الووتر البيئه
قصدك الراديشن الثانيين؟
نعم صحيح.
يعتمد على نوع الراديو نيوكليد وفي اي جهاز يناسبه اكثر. في اجهزه مثلا الجاما تحلل بس اشعه جاما، ما نقدر ناخذ مثلا لا البوتاسيوم موجود، ما نقدر ناخذ الكربون 14 احطه على الجاما ما راح يظهر لي ولا شيء. كل جهاز معني بنوع معين من تايبس اوف راديشن. فالرادون له طريقتين، اما تحلله دايركت باستخدام الليكويد سنتيليشن او تستنى تشوف الدوترز او البروجيني مالتها على جهاز الجاما.
وبالنسبه للهايبيو جرمانيوم
نعم
ما مدى كفاءته في تحليل الراديوم 226؟
من ناحيه الام دي اي يعتمد اكيد على الليمت اوف ديتكشن، مثلا يعتمد على الوقت اللي انت تحطه في الجهاز، كميه الماء اللي انت تاخذها. لكن قادرين نوصل حتى الليمتس مثلا في ديبارتمنت اوف انرجي كانت 0.1 و1 فور بوث راديوم 228 راديوم 226. الام دي اي مالنا في بعض الاحيان يوصل حتى اقل عن 10 بالمية من الها. فمثلا اذا الليمت 1 نحن نقدر نوصل ليميت اوف ديتكشن 0.1 بكرل بير لتر، وخذ لك على الباقي يعني.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا استاذ عبد الله على المحاضره القيمه. شكرا بارك الله. ونأتي إلى الورقة الأخيرة لهذه الجلسة، والتي بعنوان التحقق من دقة ومصداقية الاختبارات المخبرية. تقدمها الأستاذة نوف سعيد الرزيقي، أخصائية ميكروبيولوجي أول بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية ومواد المياه، فلتتفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حضورنا الكريم، أتشرف اليوم بتقديم عرض مرئي عن برنامج المقارنة البينية، الذي يعد أحد أهم البرامج التي نفذها المختبر المركزي بسلامة الغذاء. طبعا حيث يهدف هذا البرنامج إلى التحقق من مدى كفاءة العمل المخبري وتحسين جودة التحاليل. طبعا من خلال هذا العرض أأمل أن يتم إبراز أثر هذا البرنامج، أهدافه وتطوراته خلال السنوات الماضية. بداية نسلط الضوء على المختبر المركزي التابع لمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. طبعا المختبر المركزي يعتبر أحد أهم الركائز الأساسية في منظومة الرقابة الغذائية بسلطنة عمان. طبعا يتم في المختبر المركزي العديد من الفحوصات المخبرية الدقيقة على المنتجات الغذائية والمياه، طبعا كل ذلك بهدف التحقق من مدى مطابقة هذه المنتجات للمواصفات والاشتراطات الدولية والوطنية. طبعا يتكون المختبر المركزي من 8 أقسام مختلفة، كما أنه حاصل على الاعتماد الدولي ISO 17025. طبعا مثل ما تم ذكره تجرى العديد من الفحوصات المخبرية الدقيقة في المختبر المركزي. تأتي أهمية هذه الفحوصات من خلال الكشف عن الملوثات الكيميائية والبيولوجية الموجودة في الأغذية والمياه، التحقق من مدى مطابقة المنتجات للمواصفات والاشتراطات الدولية والوطنية. أيضا تلعب دورا فعالا في رصد أي مخاطر محتملة في الأغذية قبل وصولها للمستهلك. طبعا كما أنها تمكن الجهات الرقابية من اتخاذ قرارات فعالة مبنية على أدلة علمية وبيانات دقيقة. طبعا سنتحدث عن برنامج المقارنة البينية الذي بدأ في 2022، طبعا حيث أنه بدأ كخطوة استراتيجية مهمة لتعزيز كفاءة العمل المخبري وتحسين من جودة التحاليل في مجال الأغذية والمياه. البرنامج يدار من قبل فريق مختص من مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، يشمل مشاركة القطاعات الحكومية وكذلك القطاعات الخاصة. طبعا مبدأ عمل البرنامج قائم على إعداد عينات اختبار موحدة داخل المختبر المركزي وفق بيانات علمية دقيقة. طبعا بعد ذلك يتم إرسالها للمختبرات لقياس مدى كفاءة عمل هذه المختبرات، بالتالي تحسين جودة التحاليل. طبعا لبرنامج المقارنة البينية العديد من الأهداف، طبعا أهمها تقييم دقة وكفاءة عمل المختبرات باستخدام عينات اختبار موحدة. أيضا الكشف عن أي انحرافات أو تباينات، حيث لعب برنامج المقارنة البينية دورا فعالا في الحد وتقليل من هذه الانحرافات أو التباينات في نتائج التحاليل. أيضا برنامج المقارنة البينية طبعا شجع المختبرات للحصول على الاعتمادات الدولية أو المحافظة عليها في حالة الحصول عليها مثل ISO 17025. كذلك طبعا تأتي أهمية البرنامج من خلال تشجيع تبادل الخبرات الفنية بين الجهات المختلفة، التعزيز من موثوقية ومصداقية النتائج، أخيراً دعم القرار الرقابي وسلامة الغذاء. برنامج المقارنة البينية قائم على 4 مرتكزات، 4 مفاهيم أساسية تتمثل في الجودة، التحسين المستمر، الشفافية، وبناء الثقة. طبعا الجودة من خلال سعي المختبر للحصول على العديد من الاعتمادات الدولية، من أهمها ISO 17043 التي بالفعل قد حصل عليها عدد كبير من أعضاء الفريق ولله الحمد. التحسين المستمر يتمثل في الإرسال الدوري للملاحظات التطويرية للمختبرات المشتركة. الشفافية من خلال كل مختبر يتم إعطائه كود خاص، فعند صدور النتائج يستطيع كل مختبر التعرف على نتيجته طبعا بسرية تامة. وفي 2025 يسعى البرنامج لعمل منصة إلكترونية تتم من خلالها أرشفة جميع النتائج للحصول عليها، وأيضا لدعم التحول الرقمي. أخيرا الثقة، وذلك من خلال طبعا سرية النتائج وعدم الإفصاح عنها مهما كانت النتائج سلبية إلا للإدارة العليا. طبعا هذه القيم من شأنها أن تعزز من مصداقية البرنامج ومخرجاته. مرحلة التأسيس وبناء الإطار التنفيذي للبرنامج. طبعا مثل ما تم ذكره، بدأت انطلاقة البرنامج في أكتوبر 2022 من فريق عمل مصغر طبعا من 8 أعضاء، طبعا في مختلف الاختصاصات والمجالات، طبعا منهم من الإدارة، من ضبط الجودة، من التحاليل الكيميائية للمياه والأغذية، وكذلك تحاليل الأحياء الدقيقة. طبعا حيث تم طبعا مبدئيا في البداية اجتماع الفريق لإعداد الإجراء التشغيلي من خلال التنظيم والتخطيط، طبعا حصر التحاليل المستهدفة، حيث بدأ البرنامج انطلاقته بتحديد التحاليل الكيميائية للمياه كبداية، ثم طبعا تم حصر المواد اللازمة لإجراء هذه التحاليل. طبعا بعد ذلك تم عمل خطة عمل متكاملة طبعا تتمثل في جدول زمني لتنفيذ هذا البرنامج، وبعد ذلك تم توزيع المهام على أعضاء الفريق. ثم قامت الإدارة بإرسال دعوات المشاركة للمختبرات، كانت عبارة عن استبيان. في طبعا هذا الاستبيان يقوم كل مختبر بتعبئة البيانات الخاصة به، التحاليل التي يقوم بها، ثم طبعا في المختبر تم إعداد العينات وإرسالها طبعا المختبرات التي أبدت رغبتها للمشاركة. طبعا الحمد لله كانت بداية موفقة توالت من بعدها الإنجازات. مراحل وآلية عمل البرنامج. طبعا في كل سنة يمر البرنامج ب5 مراحل أساسية، بدءا بإعداد الخطة السنوية، طبعا تتمثل في وضع جدول زمني محدد ومتكامل لإعداد ولتنفيذ البرنامج، كذلك تحديد التحاليل المستهدفة، ثم يتم تحضير وتجهيز العينات بناء على الاتفاق المسبق، وطبعا قياس مدى استقرارية هذه العينات، ثم طبعا توزيعها للمختبرات المشاركة وفق الجدول الزمني المتفق عليه. بعد ذلك تتم متابعة آلية تنفيذ البرنامج وفق التعليمات الفنية الموحدة. أخيراً يتم جمع النتائج، تحليلها، وإصدار التقارير النهائية. طبعا توضح هذه الشريحة نموذج تطبيقي لآلية العمل في المختبر. بداية العمل تكون عبارة عن تحديد التحليل المستهدف، ثم طبعا يتم توفير نوع وكمية العينات اللازمة لإجراء هذا التحليل، كذلك لابد من توفير المواد العلمية والمرجعية اللازمة كذلك لإجراء التحليل. بعد توفير المواد اللازمة طبعا يتم العمل في المختبر بدءا بتجهيز العينة، ثم طبعا يتم وضعها في مادة حافظة لقياس مدى استقرارية العينات. طبعا قياس استقرارية العينة طبعا يأخذ فترة من شهر إلى شهر ونص طبعا للتأكد، حيث يتم إجراء العديد من الاختبارات التأكيدية. بعد التأكد من استقرارية العينة تتم كتابة التعليمات الفنية، إرفاقها بالعينات ومن ثم إرسالها للمختبرات المشاركة. تطور البرنامج عبر المراحل الثلاثة. طبعا البرنامج بدأ في 2022 بمشاركة 11 مختبر حكومي وخاص، تم من خلالها توزيع 55 عينة وكانت في مجال تحاليل الكيميائية للمياه. في 2023 زاد عدد المختبرات المشاركة حيث بلغ الضعف بمقدار 22 مختبر مشارك، تم من خلالها توزيع 111 عينة. طبعا كما توسعت وتنوعت مجال الفحوصات فشملت التحاليل الكيميائية للمياه، تحاليل متبقيات المبيدات، وتحاليل الأحياء الدقيقة. طبعا في المرحلة الثالثة 2024 كذلك وبفضل الله زاد عدد المختبرات المشاركة فبلغ 26 مختبر مشارك، تم من خلالها توزيع 112 عينة. كذلك تنوعت مجالات التحاليل فشملت التحاليل الكيميائية للمياه، التحاليل الكيميائية للأغذية، وكذلك تحاليل الأحياء الدقيقة في المنتجات الغذائية، وكذلك تضمنت هذه المرة المنتجات السمكية. امتثال المختبرات المشاركة لإجراء البرنامج. طبعا تم عمل تقييم لقياس مدى التزام المختبرات بالبرنامج، حيث طبعا كانت نسبة الالتزام بالجدول الزمني 95%، ودقة التقارير الفنية النهائية 90%. الالتزام بالتعليمات الفنية 93%، وجودة التواصل والتفاعل 98%. طبعا كل هذه النسب من شأنها أن يعكس مدى جودة المخرجات الفنية العاملة في هذه المختبرات، وكذلك دقة التزامهم في المواعيد. تقييم المختبرات المشاركة لجهود البرنامج. طبعا كذلك من باب اهتمام البرنامج لم يكن أو لم يقتصر اهتمام البرنامج بالجانب الفني فقط، بل أيضا شمل الاهتمام بالجانب التنفيذي والتنظيمي، حيث تم عمل تقييم تقييم للبرنامج من قبل المختبرات المشاركة، فكانت نسبة رضا المختبرات عن البرنامج في آلية توزيع العينات 95%، سهولة الوصول للدعم الفني 96%، مدى وضوح التعليمات الفنية المرفقة بكل عينة 98%، كذلك مدى تناسق العينات وتغليفها 98%. طبعا كل هذه النسب العالية تعكس مستوى عالي من الاحترافية والالتزام من قبل أعضاء الفريق. مشكورين. طبعا هذه الشريحة توضح كانت أن هنالك نسبة كبيرة من المختبرات كانت على رضا بالبرنامج، في حين أبدت نسبة محدودة بعض الملاحظات التطويرية. إنجازات المختبر المركزي في برنامج المقارنة البينية. طبعا كانت من خلال استمرارية تنفيذ البرنامج، طبعا حيث نفذ البرنامج على مدى 3 سنوات متتالية، وبإذن الله سيستمر في السنوات القادمة. توسع المشاركة طبعا، وذلك من خلال ارتفاع عدد المختبرات المشاركة من فترة إلى أخرى، حيث بلغ في الفترة الأخيرة 26 مختبر مشارك. تحسن الأداء والجودة. طبعا لوحظ تحسن ملحوظ وكبير في جودة التحاليل من فترة إلى أخرى. دعم اتخاذ القرار الرقابي، وذلك من خلال تزويد الجهات الرقابية بالأدلة العلمية والبيانات الدقيقة. الجاهزية للاعتماد الدولي طبعا، وذلك من خلال رفع جاهزية المختبر المركزي طبعا، وتعزيز مكانته كمسود لاختبارات الكفاءة من خلال حصوله على ISO 17043. طبعا الآن أترككم مع توثيق مرئي للجهود الذاتية لتنفيذ البرنامج.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ نوف على هذه المعلومات، ونفتح المجال للأسئلة.
طبعا سيتم الإجابة عن أي سؤال من قبل الفريق المختص. عثمان اللمكي.
أيوة تفضل.
صباح الخير للجميع، يعطيك العافية دكتورة على هذا العرض القيم. السؤال بأنه هاي الدراسة البينية لمعرفة مدى التقييم أو مدى التزام المعامل بجودة العمل، لكن لم يظهر في الدراسة اللي بالنسبة لحالة الرضا اللي بيّنت 11% حسب ما ذكرت، ما هو الإجراء المتخذ. يعني في عندنا عدم رضا 11% أو في تجاوزات، ما هو الإجراء المتخذ في هذه الحالة كنوع من تحسين الأداء بالشكل أفضل؟ وشكرا.
طبعا بعد المقارنة البينية يتم إرسال النتائج للمختبر المختص. بعدما يتم إرسال النتائج إلى المختبر المختص يتم الفريق زيارة المختبر والتأكد لماذا يتم هذا الإجراء أو النتيجة التي ظهرت من قبل المختبر، ويتم دراسة مع المختبر لماذا النتائج كانت سلبية ومساعدته على الإصلاح التجريبي أو إعطائه عينة مماثلة أخرى أو إعطائه عينة أخرى لمساعدته على الحصول على نتائج أفضل في المرات القادمة.
أي سؤال؟ تفضل، ممكن المايك هنا.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
اسمح لي الصوت كان كثير قوي. بعكس المتوقع. باسم عزام من TSI. مشكورة الأستاذ نوف على المحاضرة القيمة حقيقة، ومشكور لحضرتك للإجابة على الاستفسار. الجهد واضح ضخم جدا. أنا يمكن لفترة من فترات اشتغلت بهذا المجال، حقيقة هذا الموضوع ما سهل أبدا، فجهود كبيرة زي هيك مبذولة، يعطيكم العافية عليها. عندي استفسارين لو سمحت. الاستفسار الأول، على أي أساس بيتم اختيار الفحوصات للمقارنات البينية؟ أسأل السؤالين ولا أنتظر؟ السؤال الثاني، هل في نية للمشاركة من قبل الجامعات أو المختبرات بالجامعات بمشروع ضخم زي هيك؟ شكرا لك.
في الاستفسار الأول، بدأنا في عام 2022 باختيار الفحوصات الكيمياء للمياه. بدأنا في الاختبارات الأولى كاختبارات في الميكروبيولوجي مثلا باختبارات سهلة، مثلا البريزنت ابسنت تيست، واللي تعتبر ليست تحتاج إلى موثوقية أكثر، لأن نأتي عينة معروفة التراكيز ونوزعها للمختبرات. أما في التوسعة للاختبارات اللي تحتاج إلى كثير من الاعتمادات أو فحوصات ثانية، نحصل على كما قالت المهندسة نوف، نحتاج إلى شهادات معتمدة مثل ISO 17043 للحصول على الفحوصات الأكثر تعقيدا. أما الاستفسار الثاني،
هل في نية لمساهمة المختبرات بالجامعات بهذا المشروع؟
إن شاء الله نسعى إلى التوسع في السنوات القادمة إن شاء الله. بدأنا بالمختبرات الفرعية أو المختبرات الخاصة، إن شاء الله في المستقبل في نية للتوسع مع فريق أكبر إن شاء الله في فحوصات أكثر توسعا، وإن شاء الله نصل إلى فحوصات أكثر شمولية إن شاء الله 2025 2026.
شكرا. أي سؤال أخير
لو سمحت.
أيوة.
محمد علي من جامعة عدن باليمن. شكرا للأخت نوف على البرزنتيشن، والشكر موصول الكامل للفريق القايم على البرنامج الناجح هذا. عندي سؤالين. السؤال الأول، عندما لاحظت نسب النجاح في الفحوصات، في فحوصات وصل تقريبا 98% نسبة النجاح اللي بالفحوصات الميكروبيولوجي، ونزل في المبيدات إلى تقريبا 84%. ما هي الكريتيريا، ما هي المعايير التي تبنى عليها هذا النسبة؟ السؤال الثاني، عند لاحظ التطور الصراحة تقريبا له 3 سنوات البرنامج، تطور ملحوظ، بس ما بين 23 تقريبا و24 عدد العينات ما كان significant في الزيادة. هذا يعطي مؤشر لسؤالي هذا: ما هي المعوقات أو ما هي العقبات أو ما هي الصعوبات التي تواجهونها في زيادة عدد العينات وزيادة التعاون مع كامل المختبرات في السلطنة؟ شكرا لك.
شكرا.
على مر السنوات واجهنا الكثير مثلا ليس الكثير من الصعوبات، هو أن الفريق المختص في إعداد أو المستمر في تأسيس المقارنة البينية بدأنا العديد من الخبرات الانتقال إلى جهات رقابية أخرى، فالعديد من الخبرات تم الانتقال إلى أماكن أخرى، تم الاستعانة بموظفين آخرين لتدريبهم مرة أخرى في هذا البرنامج. فبعض الأقسام الثانية التي تم تدريبهم على هذه المقارنة البينية لم نجد هذا الدعم، فنحاول تعويضهم أو الانتقال إلى فحوصات ثانية لتقليل هذا نقل الخبرة. وأيضا أيوه هذا تقريبا أكثر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مشكورة الدكتورة وكل العمال المركز على هذا المشروع. سؤالي بسيط فقط، بالنسبة للتجارب البينية هل ممكن تفتح لمخابر عربية أو مخابر دولية أكثر، لأنها حتى تكون برنامج يعني عنده أيضا بعد دولي، وإحنا نعرف حتى الإبقاء على الاعتماد 17,025 للمخبر يتطلب هذا التجارب البينية. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور على التساؤل. نطمح إن شاء الله في السنوات المقبلة أن نوصل إلى المستوى العربي إن شاء الله، بعد الانتهاء والحصول على الاعتمادات اللازمة الموجودة في سلطنة عمان. إن شاء الله نوسع هذا المجال للحصول على لتوزيع على دول أخرى في المنطقة العربية، أو مختبرات، أو يتم التعاون ما بين مختبر مركز لسلامة الغذاء ومختبرات في الدول المجاورة أو المستوى العربي إن شاء الله. وكل هذا يتحقق بالدعم المشترك ما بين المتكامل ما بين المختبر المركزي لسلامة الغذاء والمختبرات الخاصة أو المختبرات الفرعية الموجودة في سلطنة عمان إن شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا عندي سؤال أخير بالنسبة للاختبارات البارامترز اللي بتقدموها، هل في نية للتوسع في هذا المجال؟ والثاني، هل في رسوم للاشتراك في هذا البرنامج بالنسبة للمختبرات الخاصة أو سواء الحكومية؟
الآن في عام 2025 ليس هناك نية للحصول على الاشتراك أو في هذا، لا توجد أي رسوم للحصول على الخدمة، نحن نقدمها مجانا من مختبر مركز سلامة الغذاء. في المستقبل إن شاء الله بعد الحصول على الاعتمادات يمكن فرض رسوم بسيطة، أو أنه نستمر على الحصول على نفس المنهج.
بالنسبة للتوسع، في خطة للتوسع في البارامترز اللي يشملها البرنامج؟
إن شاء الله في خطة للتوسع من قبل الفريق للحصول على أو يشمل على كامل الفحوصات الموجودة في المختبرات.
تمام. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا بارك الله فيك. أحسنت. شكرا جزيلا. ننتقل الآن لعملية تقييم الورقات السابقة، فنعطي وقت لكل ورقة. يظهر معنا إن شاء الله يظهر معنا الباركود، فأرجو من الحضور تقييم هذه الورقة الأولى. ننتقل الآن إلى تقييم الورقة الثانية، اللي هي حلول تحليلية مبتكرة لمركبات التصدي للملوثات الناشئة. فأرجو من الحضور التقييم. نأتي إلى التقييم الورقة الأخيرة، تحقق من دقة مصداقية اختبارات المخبرية. وفي ختام هذه الجلسة لا يسعني إلا أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى المشاركين والمشاركات، ولكم أنتم حضورنا الكريم على تفاعلكم وتواجدكم معنا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حضورنا الكريم، ندعوكم للبقاء في القاعة، لدينا جلسة حوارية تعنى بالجلسة الأولى لهذا الصباح. سوف نبدأ بعد بضع دقائق. ومن بعد هذه الجلسة الحوارية سوف يكون لنا وقفة مع البريك. أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة أخرى. نرحب بالحضور الكريم وندعوكم لأخذ أماكنكم لأننا سوف نبدأ بالجلسة الحوارية. هنا يسرني أن أدعو حضرة المهندسة نعيمة بنت خميس الخروسية، مديرة المختبر في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه في سلطنة عمان. أدعو أيضاً حضرة المهندس عصام كريد، المدير العام للمركز الفني للصناعات الغذائية من تونس. وأدعو أيضاً الأستاذ خالد الغفار، مدير تطوير الأعمال الإقليمي في شركة ووترز دبي الإمارات العربية المتحدة للالتحاق بالجلسة الحوارية، فليتفضلوا. ننتظر الأستاذ عصام. بانتظار الأستاذ عصام نرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة الحوارية لمتابعة مناقشاتنا التي بدأنا بها منذ الصباح، والتي تعنى بتعزيز دور طرق التحليل في ضمان سلامة وامتثال الأغذية. التحديات في موائمة طرق التحليل وسوف نسعى لأن نتناقش بعدة أفكار، منها التحديات في موائمة طرق التحليل مع تطور لوائح والأنظمة فيما يعنى بسلامة الغذاء، دور الابتكار العلمي في مجال التحاليل في التصدي لكل الملوثات الناشئة. سوف نتابع مناقشاتنا بما يعنى بجهود بناء القدرات في المنطقة العربية للتحقق من صحة وجودة والسعي نحو موائمة وتوحيد طرق التحليل المعتمدة. وكل هذا النشاط سوف يسهم بأن يعزز ثقة المستهلك وأن يعزز بتسهيل وتيسير التجارة. نرحب بالأستاذ عصام. أهلا وسهلا بكم. بالطبع تعد طرق التحليل أدوات أساسية لتمكين كل التدابير التنظيمية في مجال الأغذية، لا سيما في سياق التحقق من الامتثال وتنفيذه. وغالباً كما تعلمون نشهد نزاعات تجارية ناتجة فقط عن التباين في نتائج التحاليل. استخدام طرق تحليلية موثوقة تم التحقق من صحتها واعتمادها هو شرط أساسي لاتخاذ قرارات تنظيمية ثابتة متينة في مجال الأغذية. نرغب في مواصلة هذا النقاش حول التحديات، ولكن أيضاً الأولويات في المنطقة العربية فيما يتعلق بتطوير واعتماد طرق مرجعية لمواجهة كل هذه المخاطر الناشئة. وهنا مرة أخرى يسرني ويشرفني أن أرحب بلجنتنا المرموقة التي تضم خبراء من سلطنة عمان ومن دول أخرى حول العالم. أهلا وسهلا حضرة المهندسة نعيمة الخروسية، مديرة المختبر المركزي في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه سلطنة عمان. أهلا وسهلا بكم. أرحب أيضا بالأستاذ المهندس عصام كريد، المدير العام للمركز الفني للصناعات الغذائية من تونس. أهلا وسهلا بكم. وأرحب أيضا بالأستاذ خالد الغفار، مدير تطوير الأعمال الإقليمي من شركة ووترز في دبي من الإمارات المتحدة العربية، والعضو أيضا في الهيئة التنفيذية للقسم العربي. أهلا وسهلا.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. So, Mr. Khalid, I will start with you, if you may allow. With the first question, just to kick off our discussion, could you please share with us your perspective on which food analytical methods should be prioritized for development and standardization in the Arab region? So we're aiming to prioritizing our work and our capacity building in the Arab region, but also as you presented also through your presentation, we are aiming towards standardization of methods for the Arab region. So can you please share with us some thoughts?
Thank you very much. As we all know that Middle East is a consumer market. We are consuming more and we are producing less. So what we have to do is that most of the methods which we use, whether we will use in the method in the regulatory lab in Oman or in Saudi Arabia or in UAE or any other lab in the entire region, they should be standardized methods. One method which can be used, because the biggest challenge which we have faced it, if I am taking some samples from Jordan or we are taking some samples from Iraq or Lebanon and all this one, we have observed is that labs are using different methods. For example, let's say one example of mycotoxins. In mycotoxins, people are still using the HPLC with the UV detector. Although the regulations reached up to that level, that the panels has to be around 15 mycotoxin, that will be need for LCMSMS. So most important thing is that, and the people who are working in the food safety, they know that 15 years back, the pesticides limit to analyze in the food material was 10 ppb on this one. Now we are talking about 5 ppb, even less for that one. So the way the science is changing, we need to modernize the methods. We need to go to the techniques which not only be specific, sensitive, and in the same time, it will have a speed. All the people who are working in the lab, you can ask them, the first answer they will say on your question is, we have overloaded. We are getting a lot of samples on this one and we don't have enough resources. This is a problem. So what you need to do is that advanced techniques, where the sample preparation is less, even you can do the direct injections for the samples, more sensitive machines, and in the same time, use of AI to modernize the method. Like first thing is that we should have here a portal for the Middle East one portal here where you can have the alert limits, where you can have the procedures, and based on this one, we can make more sophisticated work and we can do the more analysis.
Thank you so much. And these remarks join all our discussions since yesterday also about the importance of integrating AI and trying to benefit from all the advantages it can provide. So if we're targeting to prioritize, so we're aiming in terms of instrumentation. So we're speaking about more advanced instrumentation, yes, trying to align the analytical techniques we're using between our labs. Yes. And what are your thoughts in terms of analytes or matrices, if we want to set some priorities from your experience in this market?
Yes, we are working on certain projects with the ADQCC in which we are working on the honey authentication, one generalized method who can really work on the biomarkers level, so you can really identify a honey that it is really coming from the Yemen, for example, this source, or it is coming for this one. So you can say the research factor, most of the regulatory lab here are the quality control labs. What we need to do, we need to uplift them for the research side, high resolution mass system, identify the markers in the product. Pesticides, the panels, different countries have a different pesticides panel. Some countries, 350 pesticide, 200 pesticide, 500 pesticide. So we need to identify a single platform, number of pesticides, sample preparation procedures for that one. So pesticide is a big concern. Food safety labs are doing this one. In the same time, authentication of the food, whether it's an olive oil, is it really an olive oil which is coming from this particular species of the plant? Means biomarker studies on this one. Same thing, honey, is it really a natural honey or a honey which is produced in the honeybee's farms or honey which is produced into the lab? There are the labs which we are just manufacturing the honey and it is looking something like that, but the difference is the biomarkers. So honey authentication, olive oil authentication, halal food. Most of the meat which we are taking on this one, we can easily identify that it is really an authenticated meat, or it's some, especially for the export meat which is coming here from the Brazil and all this one. And also, it requires a biomarker study. So more research element in the lab, by utilizing the high resolution mass technology, we will have a more control what we are eating.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will continue trying our best within the analytical community and the Arab region to be following up on all these priorities and advancements. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. سوف أنتقل إلى حضرة المهندس عصام. أهلا وسهلا بكم. بصفتكم مديراً عاماً لأهم المؤسسات وأحدى أهم المؤسسات الاختبار والتحليل في تونس، ما التحديات الرئيسية التي تواجهونها برأيكم، لا سيما بما يتعلق بموضوع الاعتمادات وفقاً للمواصفة 17025؟ هل هناك أي تحديات تواجهونها بما يخص الحفاظ على هذه الاعتمادات؟ ما هي أهم التحديات برأيكم التي تواجهونها بما يعنى باعتمادات المختبرات؟
شكرا أخ أمين. بالنسبة أهم التحديات التي تواجه بصفة عامة المخابر أو مخبرنا في الحفاظ على الاعتماد حسب المواصفة 1705 هي بالأساس لو قمنا أول شيء نقوم بتشخيص الوضعية المختبر وتحديد الأهم معناها التوجهات حسب أولوياتنا فيما خصوص التحاليل التي ستضاف إلى مجال الاعتماد تاعنا اعتبار المختبر. أهم التحديات هي لو تحدثنا ثلاثة أنواع من التحديات، هي التحديات المتعلقة بالجوانب المالية، لأن أي تحليل يستوجب معناها ميزانية خاصة للتجهيزات أو لتطوير كفاءات الفنيين المختبر. عندنا نوع الثاني من التحديات هو مرتبط بطرق التحاليل، ونظرا لوجود معنا مختلف مواصفات مواصفات على اساس مواصفات الايزو كودكس او مواصفات اخرى، ينتج عنه يولد طرق تحليل مختلفه. ثاني شيء هو ثم عنصر فني متعلق بعملية تطوير المواصف لطرق التحليل الداخلية، وهذا ناجم على خاصة بالنسبة للعينات المركبة والتي تعتبر هي بيئة معقدة تحتوي على العنصر المرجو تحليله والعناصر الأخرى والتي معناها ستؤثر على مدى فعالية استخلاص العناصر التي مرجوها تحليلها، وعلى أيضا على فعالية ودقة عملية التحليل. وهنا يتطلب معناها عمل جبار خاصة على مستوى تكوين الكوادر، البحث وعلى الطرق المناسبة حسب المادة الغذائية المرجوة والعنصر المرجو تحليله. ولهنا نعمل كل سنة نحدوا الأولويات ونعملوا برنامج خاص لكل معنى تحليل مرجو إضافته في مجال الاعتماد المخبر تاعنا. وبطبيعة الحال حتى من أهم الحلول معناها الحلول نطبقها في هذا لتجاوز هذه التحديات، البحث على التعاون الفني او التعاون الفني مع التعاون الفني على المستوى الداخلي او مع المستوى الخارجي، ومع البرنامج المساندة على غرار لقد في سنة 24 تحصلنا على تمويلات من الوكالة الألمانية للتعاون الفني بتمويل شراء تجهيزات تجهيزات خاصة لتحليل المبيدات والملونات، وهذا سيساعدنا كثير في تحسين توقيت إنجاز التحليل، وبالتالي هذا عنصر مهم في إرضاء الحريف، وكذلك بتطوير طرق جديدة في التحليل عند اكتسابك تجهيزات عالية وحساسة أو عالية الدقة.
ممتاز، نتمنى لكم دائم التطور ودائم النجاح، ونحن جاهزون أيضا كقسم عربي وكمجتمع للمحللين أو مجتمع تحليلي بالمنطقة العربية للمساندة وللدعم بأي موضوع ممكن أن نكون أن ندعم به، خصوصا الكاباسيتي بيلدينج وتحسين الكفاءات. شكرا حضرة المهندس عصام. حضرة المهندسة نعيمة، أهلا وسهلا بكم. لديكم خبرة واسعة في إدارة مختبرات تحاليل الأغذية ما شاء الله في سلطنة عمان. هل يمكنكم مشاركتنا ما هي مجالات الاختبار التي تشهد حالياً أكبر نمو في الوقت الحالي أو عليها أكثر طلب في الوقت الحالي؟ ومن ثم بالإمكان أن نتناقش بموضوع الأولويات جميعاً وكيفية تحديد مواردنا البشرية والمادية في المنطقة العربية ومن خلال القسم العربي للإجابة أو للمساعدة فيما يخص هذه التحديات. ولكن قبلاً، ما هي أبرز التحاليل التي تشهدون طلب كبير عليها فيما يخص أو من خلال خبراتكم في مجال تحليل الأغذية؟
حاليا في الوقت الحالي في سلطنة عمان أكثر التحاليل المطلوبة هو تحليل متبقيات المبيدات الحشرية. أصبح نحن أغلب المختبرات تتنافس في توفير هذه المعدات اللازمة لهذا النوع من التحاليل. بالإضافة أن في الفترة الأخيرة بدأ أيضا الطلب على متبقيات الأدوية البيطرية أو ما يسمى المضادات الحيوية، وخاصة في المنتجات الحيوانية، بالإضافة إلى الأنيمال فيد. أصبح هناك طلب كبير على هذه التحاليل، بالإضافة إلى يعني المعادن الثقيلة أصبحت أيضا طلب عليها في التحليل، ولكن للأسف الشديد أن أحيانا ما نحصل المرجع اللي يعطينا أو الستاندر اللي يرشدنا على نوع كم الليمت في هذا النوع من المواد الغذائية، كم النسب يعني المفترض اللي نعتبرها أنها مسموحة في الغذاء. وألاحظ في الفترة الأخيرة أيضا ظهرت مشاكل وهاجس في المجتمع أنه استخدام البلاستيك خاصة في سلطنة عمان. نحن نستخدم، لو تلاحظوا كثير نستخدم درينكينج بوتلز، وهذا نفس الشيء أصبح حاجز في عملية المايجريشن بالنسبة للبلاستيك إلى المياه. هذه أغلب التحاليل اللي لاحظتها، وخاصة في الفترة الأخيرة أنا منتدبة في مختبر خاص، ولاحظ أن أكثر التحاليل اللي تجي هذاك المختبر هي نفسها اللي هي الأفلاتوكسينز، المعادن الثقيلة، البستيسايد، فيترينري دراجز. هذه أكثر التحاليل المطلوبة حاليا فيه.
شكرا. وهذا كل هذه المواضيع كانت عند بداية إنشائنا للقسم العربي، كان أول التحديات أو أول الأسئلة التي طرحناها ما هي التحديات التي يواجهها المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية، على ماذا تريدون أن نعمل فيما يخص التحاليل في مجال الأغذية. وهذه العناوين كانت تتكرر دائما، ولذلك نحن متابعون واخترنا هذه العناوين، إن كان متبقيات المبيدات، إن كان المعادن الثقيلة، إن كان المايكوتوكسينز وغيرها، كخطة عمل للقسم العربي لدعم المجتمع التحليلي. وأستاذة نعيمة، للمتابعة بهذا الموضوع أيضا وبنفس الإطار، ما هي أبرز التحديات هنا التي كنتم تواجهونها من الناحية التقنية؟
بالنسبة لتحليل مثلا المتبقيات المبيدات، أنتم تعرفوا أن الرنج كبير بالنسبة للمبيدات، وكل دولة تستخدم مبيد مختلف عن الدول الأخرى. إحنا دولة نستورد الأجهزة، نستورد المادة الفعالة، كلها مستوردين وليس منتجين. تكلفة التحاليل عندنا أو تكلفة الستاندر اللي نستخدمه عشان تحليل المتبقيات المبيدات مبلغ كبير، يعني يصل إلى 1000 ريال عماني. فيعني مبلغ كبير مما ينعكس بعدين على قيمة التحليل، فالتحليل ترتفع تكلفته. بالإضافة أن الأجهزة نحن اللي نستخدمها وألزمنا المختبرات الخاصة باستخدام نوعين من الأجهزة اللي هي LC-MS والGC-MS، والمفترض ما في أي تقرير يصدر إلا ويكون الجهازين تم استخدامهم في تحليل. الرنج كبير، التكلفة عالية، يعني نحتاج أن نحن نقلل في عدد المبيدات. نوجد شركة تنتج لنا استندرات بعدد المبيدات اللي نحن نحتاجها واللي بتوفر عندنا في سلطنة عمان. بهذا بيخلي تكلفة التحليل تقل، لأن صار التنافس بين المختبرات يعني تنافس، كل حد يريد يستحوذ على أكبر عدد من العينات، لأن التكلفة أصلاً يعني كبيرة، فهو يريد يكسب. فلذلك يعني عملية أن نحن نقلل من عدد المبيدات يمكن هذا يعني بيساعدنا كثير في تقليل التكلفة. ثانياً جينا على المضادات الحيوية، الرنج كبير جداً بالنسبة للمضادات الحيوية. أحياناً الاتحاد الأوروبي أو الدول الأخرى تطلب أن نقوم بمسح جميع المضادات الحيوية الموجودة في القائمة. طبعاً إحنا دولة مستوردة فالتكلفة جداً كبيرة، يعني قد تصل تكلفة التحليل الواحد عندنا في سلطنة عمان إلى 500 ريال، وبعض المختبرات وصلت إلى 1000 ريال، لأن أصلاً الجهاز أول شيء LC-MS مكلف، وإذا ما استخدموا الجهاز LC-MS استخدموا تقنية الإلايزر وتقنية هذه حتى not that much accurate. فالحين التركيز كله على LC-MS، التكلفة جدا عالية. لو ممكن تحديد وتقليص عدد يعني ساعدنا القسم العربي إن نحن نحدد الجروب اللي ممكن مثلا في الدواجن، هذا الجروب بس اللي يتم فحصه، ما في داعي مسح كله لأنه ما يمكن متواجد. بالإضافة أن أحياناً بعض الدول تطلب منا الهرمونات، والهرمونات كما تعرفوا أنه جداً عالي التكلفة، وأحياناً أصلاً ما يتواجد الهرمون، لكن مطلوب منا مسحه، وهذا يعني يرفع من نفس الشيء عملية التكلفة. فمحتاجين أن نقلص من عدد المضادات، وهذا بالنسبة في عمليات التحليل مما يخفف هنا عندنا خاصة في سلطنة عمان تقليل التكلفة، وهذا أكثر مطالبنا في الوقت الحالي.
واضح. شكرا جزيلا على مشاركتنا بكل هذه الأفكار. وهنا أريد أن أستغنم الفرصة وأفتح المجال للحضور الكرام، إذا لديهم أي سؤال فليتفضلوا لأي عضو من أعضاء اللجنة الكريمة اللي موجودة.
بعد حبيت أضيف شيء، إن نحن عندنا الحين تحدي كبير، إن إحنا عندنا جهاز الضرائب فرض added sugar. المنتج إذا ما في added sugar طبعاً ما عليه ضرائب، وإذا كان في شوجر عليه ضريبة. صحيح. الحين المشكلة التحدي الكبير، ما هي الطريقة الصحيحة أو الميثود الصحيح اللي أنا أستخدمه علشان أكشف عن الادينج شوجر. عملية الايزوتوبس ريشيو هذا جهاز جدا مكلف، تصل تكلفته فوق يعني مبالغ كبيرة، تصل يعني لما جيت أحاول أشتري هذا الجهاز هنا عندنا في المختبر تكلفته فوق 100,000، وأنا عدد العينات ما عندي كثير بحيث أني أنا ألزم المختبرات الخاصة بشراء هذا الجهاز. الرنج مش كبير، فلو كان في طريقة ثانية يعني ممكن مستحدثة وبتكاليف أقل يكون أفضل، يعني يكون أفضل لنا بدل عن أن نحن نقوم نلجأ إلى أجهزة غالية التكلفة والعدد العينات، خاصة إحنا في سلطنة عمان قليل، يعني عدد السكان كم إحنا في سلطنة عمان بحيث أني أنا أشتري جهاز بهذا القيمة عشان أحلل بس الادينج شوجر. لاحظت بعد كذلك في الفترة الأخيرة أنه عندنا العسل لاحظت أنه يعني المواصفاتنا القياسية لا تذكر حبوب اللقاح، مع أن هذا عنصر جدا مهم. بالإضافة أنهم يعني بعض المواصفات فتحة الرنج كبير حطته في السكروز، يعني أعطت مجال في الغش في العسل، وقللت من الدايستيز اكتيفيتي، يعني خلته تقريبا 8. فيعني هذا خاصة احنا نعتبر العسل ما في شفاء للناس، فيعني في مركبات طبية تساعد على، واحيانا الدكاترة يعملوا ريكومنديشن حال المريض انك استخدم العسل، وللاسف يلجأ الى العسل لان الناس ما كلهم عندهم نفس الامكانيات بشراء الاعسال اللي غالية التكلفة. فنلاحظ ان ما في ذكر لحبوب اللقاح، احيانا يكون هذا اصلا ما عسل، يعني مجرد مثل ما نقول احنا باللغة العامية شيرة الشيرة هذه كعبة. فيعني نفس الشيء مواصفاتنا فتحة الرنج أعطت مجال كبير للغش، فمحتاج مراجعة المواصفات وتحديد النسب. لما أنا أجي أقول هذا مثلا عسل موكا ولا سدر ولا سمر، وأنا ما ذكرت أصلا كم نسبة حموض باللقاح اللي المفروض متواجدة في هذاك العسل، فمعناه أني أنا فتحت المجال إلا الغش، وهذا من ضمن الأشياء اللي محتاجين أن نركز عليها.
نعم، شكرا. وموضوع السكر المضاف انطرح معنا عدة مرات منذ الصباح، ونتعهد أن نأخذ هذا الأمر على عاتقنا ونسعى أيضا للانطلاق أتليست بحلقة حوار بين المجتمع التحليلي في المنطقة العربية لتبادل الأفكار. أستاذ عصام، مستر خالد, if you want to add any, إذا تريدون أن تضيفوا أي شيء على كل هذه المواضيع تفضلوا.
شكرا خميم. حبيت معناها أضيف شيئين. نحاول باش نبرز أهمية المخابر وطرق التحليل وفي منظومة السلامة الصحية الأغذية، والعلاقة علاقة طرق التحليل بالتشريعات الغذائية. أول شيء حبيت نذكر نفسي ونذكر الجميع، المختبر. ما هو المختبر؟ المختبر هو عنصر هام في منظومة السلامة الصحية للأغذية، وكالعناصر الأخرى البنية التحتية للمختبر، للتجهيزات، للكوادر، المستلزمات، في حين أن التشريعات هي عنصر هام وركيزة في البنية التحتية للسلامة الغذائية والجودة، ومع بقية العناصر الاعتماد، الإشهاد، التقييم بالمطابقة والعناصر الأخرى. لو لاحظنا في تأثير متبادل بين طرق التحاليل وتطوير طرق التحاليل والتشريعات، هذا يأثر في هذا والعكس صحيح. النقطة الثانية المتعلقة بأهمية طرق التحاليل والمخابر كما ذكرت الأخت في الكلفة المرتفعة للتحليل، سيؤثر على كلفة المنتج وبالتالي على عملية التجارة بصفة عامة. ولهنا عملية التطوير وتطوير المخابر من ناحية الاعتماد والتجهيزات الدقيقة وجد عالية سيساهم في، بالنسبة باش نحكي على التجربة التونسية شوي، سيساهم في تخفيض بالنسبة خاصة اختبار بقايا المبيدات، تخفيض الكلفة على المصدرين. نحكي على التجربة التونسية، عندنا زوز مواد مهمين في التزويد اللي هو زيت الزيتون والتمور. هما الأكثر الأسواق الموجهة للتصدير، الأسواق الأوروبية والأمريكية، يطلبوا تحاليل فحص كامل بقايا المبيدات، وهذا في تونس حاليا ما عندناش. يضطروا الموردين باش معناها يقوم بالتحاليل في المخابر الأوروبية وتكلف كلفة عالية. انطلاقا إن شاء الله من 2005 من منتصف السنة هذه سنقوم بعد تركيز التجهيزات الجديدة ستقوم التحاليل في المخبر لدينا، وهذا باش يخفض كلفة التحاليل 10 مرات، باش يخفضها على مستوى عملية التصدير، بذلك سيصبح منتج أكثر تنافسية في الخارج. وإن شاء الله معناها وفي خطة أخرى هي خطة الرصد المبيدات على المستوى الفلاحي بالشراكة مع الجمعية. احنا عندنا في تونس جامعة مهنية مشتركة اللي هي تتكون من الفلاحين المصدرين والإدارة، باش نقوم بعملية الرصد بقايا المبيدات على مستوى الإنتاج الفلاحي، حتى نعرف مستوى الليفل في مبيد هذاك على مستوى الإنتاج الفلاحي، وناخذ معناها ونحلل البيانات، وعند القيام بالتحاليل سيقع المقارنة مع المستوى الوطني، وبالتالي نتحكم أكثر في مستوى بقايا المبيدات. ولو ثم إشكال نعرفوا السورس تاع المورد تاع الإشكال ذاك، ونقوم بالإجراءات الضرورية قصد تخفيض هذه المستويات من المبيدات بقايا المبيدات. وشكرا.
شكرا، مباركة جهودكم. And I would like to, before taking any comment perhaps from our audience, Mr. Khaled, can you share with us any thoughts, especially about the added sugar, if you have any idea to share with us about the added sugar issue that we've been discussing since morning?
See, the issue is that normally once you're talking about the added sugars for this one, so C4 is basically the one which we can easily check it is adulterated one on the original one. So same thing is that, as I mentioned is before, is that just like engineer Nama has also mentioned, LC-MS is such a sophisticated technique, is such a sensitive technique that it can help you on this one by using the high resolution mass system. Most important thing, just like what we conclude into the session, is that most important thing, if I will ask the people here, do you need training? or the people are well trained and educated here. 99% times once we are doing such sessions, people are saying we need more trainings. And that training should be hands-on. Just like AOAC Arabia chapter, we have started this training into the sessions, and we have done some sessions here is that. So idea is that whatever is the more painstaking technique for you, method which you are using on your lab, and you have to repeat the analysis or repetition is there, please let us know. We will design a training for that one, and we will conduct a training with a touch and feel experience of the machine, so you will learn more. We are the technology provider, we are the manufacturers, we have a team like Professor Samuel, and the team is that who knows that how to uplift the criteria of the Middle East for the food safety side. And this is more important for us because, as I told you in the beginning, it's a consumer market. So once it's a consumer market is that everybody will try to sell it. So training and education was the most important thing is that challenges, just like Engineer Naima was explaining, I was understand some microplastics in water is a big issue. The waters which you have, nobody can guarantee that this bottled water is not releasing the microplastics in the water is not. And these microplastics in the body, once it reaches that, it conjugates with the blood and they started to give the clots in that one. So for that purpose, I will again insist is that adoption of the technology, sophisticated methods, and training and education for your team so the labs will become more productive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this sum up, أتوجه للحضور الكرام إذا لديهم أي تعليق نهائي. إذا لا تفضلوا. مواضيع شيقة والكثير من المواضيع طرحت. إذا لديكم أي تعليق تفضلوا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
مريم الغزالي، مختبر الجودة لتكنولوجيا الأغذية والتجارة. أولاً شكراً على المناقشة جداً مثرية. عندي موضوعين مثل ما ذكرت المهندسة نعيمة عن الموضوع العسل. راح أذكر موضوع السكروز مثلاً في الصدر. الصدر بشكل عام أول ما يقطف دائماً السكروز يكون عالي، والليمت لساته في الGSO 147 هي 5. لكن في بعض من الدراسات الأوروبية الكودكس فور إكزامبل السمر الصدر هو الليمت 10. بعدين بعد ما يتخزن كذا شهرين 3 أشهر 4 أشهر ينزل السكروز بالتدريج سبحان الله ويصل تقريبا 5 و6. هنا كذا إحنا كمختبر إذا يعني مثلا النحال جاب العينة وحللنا له مثلا السكروز راح نظلمه يعني لأنه هو بداية القطف يعني طازج والدايستيز يكون مرتفع. هذه النقطة الأولى، وأنا أشكر المهندسة نعيم أنها ذكرت هذا الموضوع تبع السكروز والGSO. من ناحية الأدد شوجر thanks to also Dr. Khalid regarding to the added sugar, he's right, there is C, and also Engineer Naima said the isotopic method is very expensive. We try in الجودة في التك lab but it's expensive, so we do another method, and actually I participate here as a poster. We did some trials for testing different juices, and what we request in order to discover the added sugar in the fruit, so we request the raw materials from the company itself. We do the raw materials and we did the final product. We saw that there is no significant difference between the sucrose in the raw materials and the sucrose which is available in the final product. What does that mean? That means this is concentric there is no added sugar. And the sugar which is available in the final product is naturally present in the juice. Or there is another method. We can check from the label of the final product. Maybe some of the manufacturers, they add some fruit, like grapes, banana, and this is naturally, it's available in the fruit. This is some of the trials that we to do in the lab in order to help the business, the company who are trying to cover this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And indeed, it is all the challenge with the added sugar, differentiating between the naturally occurring amount of sugar and the added sugar. موضوعين طرحتهم الأخت، موضوع العسل. أستاذة نعيمة بتحب تضيف أي تعليق على الموضوع اللي انطرح، موضوع مستويات السكروز اللي لها علاقة بتوقيت تحليل؟
يعني هذه ملاحظة جدا قيمة مريم ضفتيها، يعني قلتيها بالنسبة للسكروز. يمكن لازم يعني نقوم بعمل دراسة أوسع، وإحنا حاليا عندنا مشروع مع الفاو، وهذه الملاحظة يعني أنا ما لاحظتها في النتائج اللي إحنا سحبناها في العينات اللي سحبناها. إحنا سحبنا عدد كبير من العينات عند النحالين، ولكن يعني نقطة مهمة، برجع للداتا اللي يعني أخذناها والحينات اللي أخذناها، وبجلس مع الأخوة اللي موجودين معنا، الخبراء الموجودين في الفاو، وبندرس هذا الموضوع بإذن الله تعالى. بالنسبة لنقطة الادينج شوجر، يعني ان نجيب من الرو ماتيريال لما يكون المنتج مصنع في سلطنة عمان. انا نفس الحركة هذه اعملها مع المصنعين، ولكن لما يكون المستورد مستورد، يعني انا الحين من الاسبوع الماضي جاتني عينة لعصاير مستوردة، يريدني احلل له ادينج شوجر. لما جيت حللت السكروز لقيت النسبة مرتفعة، فأنا في هذه الحالة ما أقدر أحكم أبداً إن هذا هل هو آدد أو طبيعي. فواجهتنا مشكلة إنك يعني الحل الوحيد اللي طلبت منه جيب تعهد من المصنع الرئيسي إن ما تم إضافة أي نوع من السكر المضاف. هذا أبسط شيء أقدر أساعدك فيه.
شكراً أستاذة نعيمة. تفضلوا. And we would like to invite everyone to check the poster also of our colleague.
السلام عليكم. شكرا جزيلا على المناقشة الرائعة. أنا بدي أحاول يمكن أضيف تحدي جديد للتحديات كلياتها اللي انذكرت. عمل المختبرات فيه تحديات هائلة حقيقة. التحدي هو لفت انتباهي أثناء النقاش الأخير عن harmonization among the technical regulations in the region and over the whole world. يعني الأستاذة أشارت لنقطة مهمة بالفرق بين رقم 5 إلى 10. واحد من التحديات اللي بتصور هو قديش مدى سرعة الأورجنايزيشنز الانترناشونال أورجنايزيشنز بموضوع تبني الحالات اللي عم بتصير بالصناعة. يعني على سبيل المثال الكودكس اليمنتاريوس رح نعمل ستاندرد جديد او ريجوليشن، بلاش ما نسميها ريجوليشن، ستاندرد جديده بتاخذ سنوات طويله، وهي السنوات صارت تحديثات كثيره سواء على مستوى الصناعه او على مستوى اللوكال ريجوليشنز. فالسؤال هون هل خلينا نقول الجهات المحليه، الجهات التشريعيه المحليه، هل في خطط لحتى نحاول نوحد اكثر بين التشريعات المحليه على اقل خلينا نقول على مستوى الدول العربيه، او على الاقل على مستوى المناطق مثل منطقه الخليج او مثل منطقه شمال افريقيا على سبيل المثال؟ وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. مين بحب يتفضل يا استاذ؟
انا عندي تعقيب عليك. هذه من ضمن التحديات اللي نواجهها، ومن ضمنها ايضا يعني بعض المبيدات يعني ما تستخدم مثلا في منتج الرز، كان احنا في الريجوليشن مالنا، ولكن نتفاجئ ان بما ان احنا مستوردين من دوله معينه نلاحظ دائما ظهور نوعين من انواع المبيدات. لما نروح للكودكس ما لها ليميتس، لما نروح على الاوروبي ما في لها ليميتس، بينما هم عندهم مسموحه بليميت عالي. يحدث ان نحن نقوم برفض المنتج وسحبه من الاسواق او رفضه اصلا في البورده، بما ان نحن يعني كجهه مركز سلامه الغذاء نتحكم في البورد، فنعمل ريجكت للمنتج، مع ان المنتج يعني هم في نظرتهم ان هذا مش هازارد، هذه النسبه اللي موجوده وليست يعني ليست مضره بالصحه، وانما هذه هي نسبه هم درسوها من عندهم، ولكن لان لسه ما اعتمدت من الكودكس تاخذ وقت طويل، فنظل نرفض المنتج وما ممكن نستقبله. ايش عملنا نحن في يعني تجربتنا في سلطنه عمان؟ ان رحنا وشفنا اقرب منتج يستهلك بكميه كبيره في سلطنه عمان ومسموح استخدام هذاك المبيد فيها، واخذنا هذاك الليمت وطبقناه، فرفعنا الليمت داخليا في سلطنه عمان. عملنا رفع لبعض الانواع المبيدات اللي صارت تظهر عندنا كثير في المنتجات خاصه في الرز، انزين رفعنا الليمت بقرار وزاري من قبل معالي الوزير جزاه الله الف خير، رفع الليمت بحيث ان نحن ما نرفض كل الارساليات، لان وصلنا ان اغلب الارساليات الرز صرنا نرفضها بسبب ظهور هذا النوعين من المبيدات.
صحيح، وهذا اشكاليه.
هذه هي اللي يعني الحل اللي نحن اتخذناه، ولكن نريد حل اسرع من كذا، لانه يعني هذا يعني مبيدين، بكره بيظهر مبيد اخر واخر واخر، يعني صارت تظهر مبيدات واحنا ما موجوده عندنا في الريجوليشن.
صحيح. تفضل استاذ عصام، وبننتهي مع تعليقك لحلقتنا لضيق الوقت، فتفضل.
شكرا. تعليق بسيط، حبيت نذكر حول السؤال طرح الأخ. هو ثم آلية موجودة هي وضعتها المنظمة التجارية، المنظمة العالمية للتجارة، آلية عند أي دولة تريد معناه وضع تشريع جديد متعلق بالأغذية، ثم منصة الدولة يجب أن تضع هذا المشروع مدة 6 أشهر، يظل 6 أشهر في المنصة حتى تطلع عليه الدول الأخرى وتعطي الآراء تاعها والمقترحات تاعها ويصير النقاش. وفي صورة ما للأسف عديد من الدول لا ثم حاجتين، ثم دول لا تضع مشاريع قرارات ودول لا تطلع، وراو هذه آلية مهمة جدا في تقريب على الأقل حتى ما يعودش بالتطابق، ثم تقريب، ثم بعد النقاش كان الدولة وافقت على المقترح هذاك، معناه مقترحها موجود في مشروع المواصفة، يعتبر إقرار و نوعا ما يتماشى مع التشريع في البلد الآخر.
شكرا. كلامك صحيح أستاذ، يعني حتى واجهت كثير من الدول موضوع تصدير زيت الزيتون بسبب عدم الاطلاع على المقترحات، يعني موضوع في غاية الأهمية ينطرح على كافة مستوى الدول العربية، ومشكورة سلطنة عمان باستضافة مؤتمر زي هيك لرفع الوعي بأهمية الاطلاع على البروبوزلز أو المقترحات اللي بتصدر عن المنظمات العالمية.
شكرا جزيلا. وهنا أخذا من فرصة في هذا التعليق، لم يعد لدينا اتساع من الوقت، بالإمكان متابعة نقاشاتنا فرديا. شكرا أخي نور الدين. فنحن مضطرون أنه ننتهي من جلستنا. بتشكر الحضور الكرام، الأستاذة نعيمة، الأستاذ عصام، مستر خالد. Thank you so much for your presence with us today. ندعي الجميع لبريك لمدة ربع ساعة صحيح، ونعاود ومن ثم متابعة فعالياتنا لليوم. شكرا جزيلا.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسياً بالعالم. في عام 1996 قامت الشركة باستبدال 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي نفس العام أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءاً من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم.
سلامة وجودة منتجاتنا هي أولويتنا. لنضمن لكم أعلى معايير سلامة الغذاء، يلتزم موظفينا بأفضل الممارسات المهنية وباستخدام أحدث المعدات الحديثة لضمان سلامة كل منتج. فريقنا من الخبراء يضمن جودة منتجاتنا في كل خطوة، لأنكم جزء منا وسلامتكم هي أولويتنا.
Welcome to the world of Arij vegetable oils and derivatives, the pioneers in the cooking oil segment in the Sultanate of Oman and the region. Embracing the latest in automation, AVOD has substantially increased output at its state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. Molding, bottle making, bottle filling, packing, loading and unloading, and warehousing is achieved through seamless automation. Adhering to strict international standards, bottles are made, filled and packed through high-speed processing lines efficiently, infusing balance into every aspect of the product range. To maintain high quality that dominates the national market and creating a strong presence across international markets. For a seamless process that's modern, efficient and cost-effective, from start to finish. Welcome to the future. Innovation through automation.
Where the dream begins with a vision, we set out on a journey towards an innovation and perfect future. In 1977, Oman Flour Mills was born, carrying a vision of leadership in food manufacturing with a production capacity of 150 tons per day. Over time, the company expanded to a capacity of 800 tons daily. In 1983, we launched the animal feed mill with a capacity of 300 tons, which has grown to 1,500 tons daily today. Additionally, we enhanced our capabilities with a third mill and a state-of-the-art premix plant to meet the rising demand for poultry and livestock feed. Today, Oman Flour Mills proudly stands as a symbol of leadership and excellence. With 15 entities and 12 brands, we embody quality, innovation, and a success story built on determination to deliver the best. Oman Flour Mills has demonstrated its commitment to social responsibility by allocating 150,000 Omani Rial to support the environment, education, and health. Initiatives include establishing parks, upgrading schools, assisting 80,000 families in developing community. We confirms that giving is the core of its mission, and building a better future begins with caring for those around us. At Oman Flour Mills, we don't just make products. We create opportunities, provide an inspiring work environment and development programs to nurture Omani talent, and build a brighter future with local leadership.
we go beyond the hazard identification and we are looking at the risk assessment, risk consumed, how the quantity of food, and this is very important, and why, we are in WHO helping different countries with the help of FAO on how to develop studies to better estimate the intake of food, the usual intake of food, as it is important to assess the exposure, the chronic exposure to chemicals. We need to have good data about the hazard occurs in food, and as you have this nice discussion today about the analytical tool, laboratories are very important, but not only the laboratory, how to sample, which food we need to sample, what will be the size of the sample to have accurate estimation of the level of contamination in the relevant foods. And we need some modeling approach. We need statistical analysis. We need simulation models. And now we can use artificial intelligence to help us to better look at the data and to take much more insights from the data. And we have those response model data that are used to derive the health-based guided values. One of them is the acceptable daily intake. This is the amount that if we are below this amount, we consider there is no health concern. And you have hazard identification, all the experimental data sponsored by the public research or sponsored by the industry. And this is very important that we have all those data available for the experts, available for the public, and all the analysis of the data, when we integrate all those data, we need to do it using a transparent and independent process. And here's some example about microbiological hazard. So we have GEMRA. This is our team, the secretary team of GEMRA. So we are doing risk assessment to biological hazard for bacteria, for parasites, viruses, and our last work that will publish soon is about foodborne viruses report. What are the high priority combination of food and viruses, and we are providing a report to highlight the main management measure to reduce the burden of foodborne viruses diseases. And here, something that you are developing now. So when you are doing risk assessment, I give this example of Listeria monocytogenes risk assessment that we did last 2 years. The report will be available soon. The first report was published a few months ago. And now we have the part 2, where we develop different quantitative risk assessments. So quantitative risk assessments is a little bit complicated because we are taking the count from farm to table, all the different steps, and we develop quantitative risk assessment models, and we implement them in web-based application, so they can be used by the scientists to understand the full process, and they can be used by the industry or by the government who are interested to test different or simulate different management measures. So here, for example, you have this Listeria monocytogenes in frozen vegetables, and you can see here that we cover the different steps of the production from the first stage of production, blanching, partitioning, testing, portioning, defrosting, cooking, and we end up with the risk. And you can see, you can go through all those steps, change the parameters of the model, and you can see the impact of changing some parameters on the outcome, which is the risk of listeriosis per consumption. So this kind of tools, we try to develop them so we don't have the burden of programming, coding, the burden of looking at all the mathematical equation, complicated mathematical equation. So you can, in very transparent way, you can use the model and test and play with the model and end up with management conclusion, what will be the best buy Should we do testing? What will be the impact of testing for this product? What will be the impact of communicating the consumer that those frozen vegetables cannot be eaten raw, they need to be cooked. So this kind of simulation that you can do, and we can play with this model. And we developed this model for smoked fish for ready-to-eat cantaloupes. So this is for Listeria monocytogenes, and we have other projects when we are developing quantitative risk assessment for Salmonella and Campylobacter for poultry. And we have other tools that we are developing based using web applications that you don't need to install the software. So help you, for example, to design your sampling frame. How many samples do you need if you want to estimate the concentration in food? How you deal with the analysis of the data. So more is coming about tools that help you in quantitative way to manage the risk. So now I will go to the nutrition side of our activity. So ensuring food safety is the foundation, but it's no longer sufficient on its own. Today's public health landscape demands a more integrated approach on that connects food safety, nutrition, and consumer trust. So we did some work about the definition of healthy diets. So we have this joint statement about by FAO and WHO about the definition of healthy diets. It is very important to have this definition, and this document reinforces that healthy diets not only prevent malnutrition and disease, but also support sustainable and cultural appropriate food choices. And in this work, we developed this principle. So we have the adequacy, balanced, moderated, and the diversity of the food are the principal core of dietary health. And we are working on that. And for example, you have this adequacy, the protein, the optimal intake or the range of intake. There is no single value, but there is a range for which you can say, if you are in this range, you can see you are not in malnutrition or you are not exposed to some NCDs. So we developed different guidelines that collect all the available data on use of non-sugar sweeteners, total fat intake, carbohydrate intake, use of lower sodium salt substitutes, potassium, sugar intake, saturated fatty acids, and we have more to come. We are working currently on tropical oil, like palm oil and coconut oil, to see if there is what will be the recommendation. And I would like to take a moment here and explain the process that we are using to end up with our recommendation. So this approach is very important. We are trying to do this work in forming steering group first. We call it GDG, Group Guidelines Development Group. We go to establishment of the scope of the guideline with PICO question. It's very, very standardized way to put the risk question. We do the evidence retrieval and synthesis. Usually we are doing systematic review. We go to the evidence to decision work. We formulate the recommendation. We draft the guidelines. We have clearance and application, and after that we disseminate. And you can see here in between different steps that we are doing something completely different with our agencies. I will not go through all those details because it will take more time, but what is the take-home message here is that there is two activities. The scientists who are gathering the data together, doing this systematic review, analyzing the quality of the data, summarize the data, are separated. This group is separated from the group who are formulating the recommendation. Because we think that when we start doing recommendation, there's the confirmation bias is very important, and we need to separate the two activities. And in this process, we continue to ask to do the peer review. We have as well the public consultation to make this process as clean as possible without any, in very integrated way. And in addition to that, in addition to the scientific aspect, what will be the connection between the consumption of food and the NCDs, non-communicable disease, or health outcome in general? There can be benefits or negative, positive or negative health outcome. But we are looking at the same times at some contextual factor: feasibility, acceptability, resource implication, health equity, and human rights. So sometimes we can have a very good evidence about the link of the consumption of certain type of fat and negative health outcome. When we are providing recommendation, sometimes we say it, they are conditional. What do we mean by conditional? That you need to think before implementing the recommendation about the context. Do the substitution available? Is it affordable for all the population? Are you increasing or decreasing the equity, health equity, and so on? So the process is so complicated, and we want to make it as transparent as possible and independent. Okay, so some ongoing work now is the work that we have started since November about the optimal intake of animal source food. You know that there is more and more demand and recommendation to shift our diets to have a diet with less animal source food. It is good for our health, but it is good for the health of the planet, and it will contribute on the reduction of the impact, reduce the impact of agriculture on the climate change. So we started doing this work, but the position, I want to make it clear that the position of WHO is not saying to people stop eating animal source food. We are looking at what will be the optimal intake, depending on your age, depending where you are living, depending on your culture. So we are taking all that into account. What is as well interesting in this work, I didn't put it in these slides because it needs more time to develop it, is that we are not looking only at the nutrition aspects. So if you ask people to shift less animal source food and to eat more whole grain, for example, are we shifting our exposure to foodborne hazards? So we are looking at the food safety aspect at the same time, and we are looking at the risk-benefit assessment. So sometimes you solve a problem and you can create a new one. And in addition to that, we are looking at the environment aspect, country by country, who they would like to implement the recommendation of WHO to see what will be the impact on the climate change and the impact in the environment if they do these shifts of diet with less animal source foods. Okay, so you know that during this conference we talk about innovation. We need to. So in WHO we are doing our risk assessment, but at the same time, in my team we continue to follow the innovation. We continue to developing innovative AI-powered method to assess risk in complex and evolving food system, addressing emerging challenges from new food source and technology. For example, we are working more on cell-based food. What will be the risks associated with precision fermentation, for example? And we are looking on how to assess complex risks, but as well we are looking of our way to doing risk assessment. We cannot continue to work as usual. We need to speed up the system. For example, should we continue to ask for safety assessment for all the substances to have animal experimentation? So could we use NAMS, a new approach methodology, relying on less animal experimentation to speed up the process and provide quicker data and evaluate them and do not stop innovation in general. And for that, I will want to show you here we have this conference that will be organized in June to bridging the gap between scientists developing the NAMS, the new approach in silico, using AI, using in vitro studies, and to see the added value or comparing to, for example, to animal studies, and bridging the gap from scientists and the regulation parts, and how we can help to speed up the adoption of those approach in our safety assessment. So if you are interested by this workshop, and you see we have speakers coming from different agencies, and if you are interested, you can use this email, nams@who.international, ENT, and contact us. And if you want to join us for this meeting, we're very welcome. Okay, I have 3 minutes left. So what about, yeah, thank you. So now what about AI? So I show you this figure. It's very interesting. It's benchmark between the capacity of the current artificial intelligence to do reasoning. So you have two benchmarks. The first one is human PhD using Google outside their specialty. So if you ask a student outside his specialty, and the other benchmark, human PhD using Google in their field. And you see the evolution of the capacity of ChatGPT here. So you have the accuracy started at 34% accuracy to end up for more than 80% accuracy, which is the benchmark of human. And you see now the O3 version is capable today to give better answer than a PhD human. So this is what you think about that. Should we, are we losing our job? Huh? So I think my opinion will not disappear. But the scientists of the future should be able to use AI. And this is one of the AI will only replace risk assessor or scientists who don't use it. You see? So we need to adapt ourselves and see how we can use in a perfect way the AI. And now there is a good in Nature, there is one survey asking scientists that are doing research using AI. And they ask them the question, who perform better, human or AI? So human are the red one, better, and the blue one, AI, is doing better. And what is the conclusion here? That so, the task where AI is perceived to perform better than human are the tasks that are relying on heavily processing large amount of text, formatting, data collection, huge amount of data. The machine will be better than us. But if you look at when it comes to judgment, creativity, context, and human relationship, human is behaving better. So if you look at that, there's no fear. So we will continue to work together with the AI. AI will not replace you. And here they have some pros and cons, and I will not go through all of them, but you see that there's some pros: productivity, capacity of information retrieval, evidence integration for big data, multimodal, toward explained AI. And the cons, plagiarism, yes, of course. Sometimes, yeah, you are taking things that are not produced by yourself, bias, data gaps. Hallucination is something very important because as the human being, they have this capacity to hallucinate. They create something that doesn't exist. But be careful when you have answers from ChatGPT, you need to check them. Okay, and in my conclusion, so I try to show you here what is important, the importance of science, and that science provides the basis for food safety guidance, but preventing foodborne illness depends on all of us taking the right action. So this is the call for 7th of June to continue to celebrate science and talk with the government to help us to continue to collect the right data, to continue to support the research for data generation and for business and for the consumer. So continue to promote the importance of science. And I think with that, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Bassam Azzam from TSI. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And actually, tens of questions come to mind when you present this informative presentation. My question is about the risk assessors. You are doing very crucial role for the decision making with the risk managers at different countries. So I noticed that you have mentioned about the daily intake as one of the factors, inputs for the risk assessment.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how do you handle the current situations of the speed, very, very quick or very speed changes in the customer behaviors or consumers' behaviors with the power of the social media nowadays? It's totally different 20 years back from today. Thank you very much.
I can answer to this. Usually we are using those databases for chronic exposure. So if there is a change, you are looking at the long-term exposure. So it will reduce this new changes. The data study are very complicated, very complex study, need time. 1 year for the conception, 1 year to fund it, 1 year to execute, and 1 year to do the analysis and report. So it's a very long process. And I think now, with all the new technology, with the AI, we can do better. So we can think about continuing survey to get the intake. So people, they have their smartphone with them every day. So we can have this sort of sentinel. You have random people that are volunteer to report using smartphone, for example, with application. And I think we can speed and we can see better and timely the new change of the behavior of the consumer.
Thank you.
There is any other question? في أي سؤال آخر؟
That's working.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا للأستاذ الفاضل. صحيح كل ما تقوم به منظمة الصحة العالمية يعني مشكورة. كلنا نستعمل توجيهات تاعها والوثائق تاعها سواء في التشريع سواء في التكوين سواء في التحسيس. سؤالي فقط هو تكلم عليه الخبير في المقاربة الحالية الشاملة حول صحة واحدة. العنصر البيئي في تقييم المخاطر حاليا كيف منظمة الصحة العالمية تدرجه في تقييم المخاطر بالنسبة لسلامة الأغذية ولا تقييم المخاطر بالنسبة لسلامة الأغذية. السؤال الثاني، بما أن منظمة الصحة تشارك في الجامنو في لجنة الخبراء للتغذية أيضا، التوجيهات المتعلقة باستعمال البروبيوتيك في الصناعات الغذائية، هل هي يعني متقدمة ولا إلى أي حد وصلت؟ شكرا.
Yeah, I will ask the second question quickly. There is a request from the Codex, one of the Codex committee to work on probiotics. So we are looking at it with our colleague from FAU, and we are waiting for a more precise question, because I didn't say it, but risk assessment, the more important of risk assessment is the problem formulation and have the good question, okay? And this is ongoing, but you are, as you know, complexity of funding the scientific advice. So we are asking when Codex Alimentaris and country are pushing for more and more for very specific, and mainly the priority list is coming from the Codex committees, but if you want to push for one specific risk assessment, please be very active and proactive within the different Codex committee, the technical Codex committees. Everything is done at the Codex committee, and you can push for specific risk assessment. And we are doing, and when you look at our production, and with all the funding issues, our productivity is very high for the moment. And we are trying to do our best with the small teams, but with the thanks of all the member states to support our activity. Supporting our activity is not only money, but having the data, sharing the data, and giving the opportunity to their experts to come and help us to do those risk assessment, because I want to repeat that is very important, because a lot of people, they don't know it, that our experts are not paid. They come at voluntary basis. Okay.
رايحين ننتقل إلى المحاضرة الثانية، التفتيش القائم على تقييم المخاطر لشحنات الأغذية المستوردة، تقدمها الفاضلة آلاء حميد الصفار، أخصائية صحة عامة بإدارة الصحة العامة، وزارة الصحة، مملكة البحرين، فتتفضل مشكور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I am truly grateful today for being here, and I would like to take the opportunity to sincerely thank the Sultanate of Oman for this excellent arrangement and warm hospitality. Today, I will go through risk-based inspection for imported food shipments. But first of all, I would like to give you a short brief about food control section. Food control section is the regulatory body that is responsible for licensing food establishment, monitoring imported food, ensuring compliance to food safety standards, checks hygiene and quality of food, enforces regulations, and detects violations. The food control section falls below the Public Health Directorate, Ministry of Health, and it is divided into 3 departments. The first department is the licensing. The second department is the domestic food safety, which is responsible for the local inspection and food industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The third department is the imported food department, and it is consisting of the air cargo, King Fahd Causeway, and Khalifa bin Salman port. The role of imported food department. The main role is to inspect imported food at all ports of entry to ensure its safety and compliance. Verifying documentation compliance with national food safety laws and the GSO, such as the certificate of origin and the laboratory tests. assessing risk levels and determine whether to release, detain, or reject food shipments, random samples of food products according to the policy of sampling of the food control section, cooperates with all stakeholders like customs and the Chamber of Commerce. About risk-based inspection, it is a modernized inspection that uses science to target high-risk food products and businesses. Unlike traditional methods, it emphasizes prevention. It identifies risk factors and evaluates control measures' effectiveness. This approach optimizes resource allocation, for example, time, human resources, and financial resources. Risk-based inspection procedure. First of all, we collect and analyze data. Then we target high-risk shipments. We do visual inspections to ensure compliance with requirements and specifications. Random samples will be drawn according to the quality assurance policy of the food control section for food sampling. We record observations for the food shipments entering the country. Criteria used to prioritize sample collection for the laboratory analysis, food sensitivity and rate of spoilage and potential health risks for consumers, sensitivity of age groups consuming the food, results of previous food analysis, country of origin, and food consumption rate. Samples are collected based on food groups and the probability of associated risks. As you can see here, food products are divided into food groups to determine the frequency of sampling. I would like to highlight that all shipments are subject to various variables. Sample frequency varies by origin, past lab results, product type, brand, visual inspection, and recalls. All first-time shipments will be detained for the laboratory tests from all the food groups. We'll go through a few examples of food groups. We can see here the meat, poultry, fish, seafood, and their products. After getting the satisfactory results from the lab, they will get a release up to 6 shipments within a year, and the following shipment will be detained for the retesting. For the branded pistachio and nuts and the branded honey, after getting the satisfactory results from the lab, the following 3 shipments will be released, and the 5th shipment will be detained for the retesting. For the non-branded pistachio and nuts and non-branded honey, all shipments will be detained, and samples will be taken from each and every shipment. Spices, tahini, and sauces, the following 3 shipments will be released, and the 5th one will be under detention for the retesting. Due to the sensitivity of infant and baby food and special dietary foods, beside the satisfactory results from the lab, other documents are required, like the ISO certificates and an accredited satisfactory results from an accredited lab, valid good manufacturing practice certificate from the country of origin. For beverages, water, flavored water, eggs, milk, dairy, jelly, and jam, the following shipments will be released, up to 6 shipments, and the following shipments will be detained for the retesting. Important things to consider during food sampling. Samples should be identical from brand, size, weight, packaging, country of origin. Random samples should be taken, and the samples should be representative and enough. Samples should be sealed and labeled. Use sterile tools to prevent samples from contamination and damage. Wearing gloves to prevent sample contamination. We maintain temperature while sampling and transport. Key outcomes of risk-based food inspection: ensuring food safety to minimize risk to consumers. Preventative approach to identify hazards before they escalate. Reduce financial loss to lower costs related to recalls and waste. Efficiency and time saving streamlines inspection processes. Client satisfaction build trust and compliance. Improve testing accuracy and outcome, and enhance decision-making with reliable records. Thank you all for your attention.
شكراً آلاء على هذه المحاضرة التي كانت تهدف إلى أهمية فحص الأغذية المستوردة في المنافذ الحدودية للتأكد من سلامتها. الحين نبدأ بطرح الأسئلة للفاضلة آلاء. يعني أي حد عنده أي سؤال يتفضل. في
يعطيك العافية أختنا على هذا العرض القيم، لكن عندي سؤال بخصوص شهادات المنشأ والفحوصات اللي بترافق المنتج المستورد أو اللي بيكون داخل على البحرين. هل يشترط بأنه تكون نتائج الفحص أو شهادة الفحص من طرف ثالث؟ لأنه خلال العرض ما تم التنويه لذلك، فللتأكيد وشكراً.
نعم، ممكن أن نتقدم الفحوصات من مكان ثاني، ولكن إحنا نعيد الفحص في مملكة البحرين قبل إدخال الشحنة إلى البلد.
في أي سؤال ثاني؟ هناك عندنا آخر سؤال.
السلام عليكم. شكرا أستاذة آلاء على طرحك. شغل جبار مبذول من قبلكم في مملكة البحرين. سؤالي هنا من ناحية الشحنات المرفوضة، هل تعملوا ريسك أسيسمنت؟ هل تعملوا كوركشن بروسيجرز، الإجراء التصحيحي، أم ترفضوها بالكلية؟ لو سمحتي ممكن تعطيني بعض الإيضاح. أعيد الصوت واضح؟
لا لو سمحت ارفع صوتك.
أقول لك بالنسبة للشحنات غير المطابقة غير المطابقة عندكم، هل تعملوا مشان كذا ريسك اسيسمنت، تعملوا إجراء تصحيحي كوركشن بروسيجرز، أو ترفضوها بالكلية؟ إيش في حالة البروسيجر اللي تصادفوا أو تتخذوه في الشحنات غير المطابقة؟
تمام، يعتمد على نوع عدم المطابقة. مثلا إذا كان الليبل في مشكلة في البيانات، فإحنا نسوي إجراء تصحيحي.
كلمك على الريسك خصوصا على الهيلث مثلا اللي هي الميجر، الحاجات الميجر ترفض
يعني ما تدخل إلى البلد، أو إذا كانت غير سليمة فتتلف.
خلاص شكرا آلاء، أحسنتوا. شكرا آلاء، أحسنتي بارك. في لحظة آلاء، في سؤال آخر.
Thank you for the informative presentation. Just want to know what do you mean by release up to 6 shipments and the step that you
نعم
presented.
نعطيهم إفصاح للشحنات اللي تجي بعد الفحص المختبري الأول، واللي يكون satisfactory في حالة إذا كانت مستوفية إلى الشروط الأخرى، نفس إذا كان الكونتري أوف أوريجين ما في مشاكل، إذا كان اللي هو يعني البراند ما في عليه أي مشاكل، ما في عليه ريكولز، فإن هي تدخل. لكن في حالة وجود أي مشكلة من هذه المشاكل حتى ولو كان في الفيجوال انسبكشن فإن هي يعني تنرفض حتى لو ما مر عليها 6 شحنات.
بعدني ما فهمت.
يعني احنا نعطيهم فترة سماح 6 شحنات في حالة انهم مستوفين حق جميع الشروط. لو كان في مشكلة في البرودكت، كان عليه ريكول او مثلا جاي من بلد في مثلا متعرض الى حروب او وغيره، فان هي حتى لو ما طاف عليها 6 شحنات ينسحب منها عينات، يصير اندر ديتنشن وينأخذ منها عينات، بس هذا ان جنرال يعني.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can have one more question.
يعني مع الإجراءات اللي حضرتك تفضلتي بيها، إيه هو زمن بيسموه زمن الإفراج الجمركي اللي موجود للسلع الغذائية في مملكة البحرين، بدءا من وصول الشحنة لحين الفسح أو الإفراج عليها؟
هو يعتمد على يعني اجراءات المختبر في الفحص المختبري. احيانا اذا يعني كل ما زاد عدد الفحوصات المطلوبه حق الشحنه فهي اكيد بتاخذ وقت اكبر بالافراج
يعني
عنها.
المتوسط انا بس يعني في حضرتك عارفه في ستاندر محطوط
المفترض ان هي ما تاخذ اكثر من 7 إلى 10 أيام.
تمام، اشكرك.
شكرا آلاء، أحسنتي. We are going to the third presentation. It is integrated risk assessment in the food safety enforcement strategy to protect public health. Let's welcome Dr. Richard Spring. I'm sorry, there is a QR code لتقييم المحاضرة. The third presentation, integrated risk assessment in the food safety. In the food safety enforcement strategy to protect public health. Welcome Dr. Richard Strategy to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be back here in Oman, a place that I love coming to, and to also have the opportunity to speak to so many people about a subject I love, which is improving food safety. So thank you for the organisers for giving me an opportunity for both of those pleasurable objectives. So we're using risk assessment to aid regulatory decision-making and enforcement. It's very important. What's the reason behind it? Just a couple of things. For those of you that don't know me, which is probably the majority, I've had 55 years experience of working in food safety as an enforcement officer for 30 years, as a trainer for most of my professional career, and with Highfield for the last 25 years. I particularly enjoy developing food safety training courses and working with inspectors and training inspectors. The company I now work for, which is active in Oman and throughout the Middle East and worldwide, is Highfield Qualifications. Some people know it as HABC. And you can see the details there, but essentially we're involved with qualifications and training materials, particularly in food safety. So when we're talking about doing risk assessment in food safety and in regulatory food safety, what's the reason for that? And we're all the time in enforcement looking to reduce effectively the number of food poisoning cases. When we're talking about protecting health, it's wider than food poisoning. Obviously, it's food complaints and all sorts of other things. But essentially, we need to get down the high levels of food poisoning cases throughout the world. These are statistics relating to some of the countries with the most developed epidemiological surveillance systems. So they collect this information. Most countries don't collect this information. If you want to do risk-based inspection, you need this kind of information. And you can see there, just out of interest, the World Health Organization extrapolate that there are something like 1 in 10 people will get food poisoning annually. That's not an actual figure, that's a strong guesstimate. When you look at, it's interesting, however, when you look at the other countries, you've got Canada, which has got 1 in 8 people, Australia, 1 in 5, the US, 1 in 7, and the UK, which is interesting, 1 in 28. And I must stress that although these are interesting, you can't, even these, you can't strictly compare them to say that the UK has got the best hygiene system. But from those figures, that's what they say. But it's to do with the way they are collected, enforced, etc. So the figures are just a guideline. Probably, if you are looking to compare hygiene in different countries, maybe you should be looking at food poisoning outbreaks because they're fully investigated. Again, some people are much better at investigating outbreaks, some countries than others. Again, just to reinforce what we're talking about with food poisoning and foodborne outbreaks, why it's so important, there's just some examples. There's hundreds, thousands of examples you can give. And starting in 2013, where we had 1,444 people ill in 12 EU countries, plus another 162 in the USA, involving hepatitis and frozen berries. Just to indicate, you get food poisoning now. Once you get it in one country, because the food is distributed to so many countries, you're going to get it in many other countries. A lot of these won't even report that they've had it because they don't have a surveillance system to take account of it. Then we've got later the same problem with Egyptian strawberries. Just an example of how it spreads around the world. In France, 2015-16, unpasteurized soft cheese, 10 people dead from salmonella. Unpasteurized soft cheese, unpasteurized milk is a dangerous food. I call that or describe it as a dangerous food. 2017 and 18 in South Africa, polony, which is like a meat, a cooked meat, 1,000 plus affected, 204 died. The investigations are still going on into that, which was caused by listeria. 2024, more recently, in the States, where we have an outbreak of boar's head involving deli meats, again listeria, 10 people dead. So even with the countries with the best systems, arguably, on food safety and whether they're doing risk assessment, etc., with the enforcement, you can see the kind of outbreaks we're getting. So, moving on to enforcement. What are the main purposes of an effective enforcement system? We've already heard in the introduction, it's about the objective, the main objective is protecting public health. However, the other thing you've got to do is make sure there's what we call a level playing field, a consistency of approach among the inspectors and among the food businesses. So those that don't practice good hygiene because hygiene costs money. Food safety costs money. People say, oh, a mistake's expensive. That's true, but a lot of people take the risk. And therefore, premises with no training, no proper cleaning, and so on, have much lower costs. And people that don't follow the standards required by enforcement, that creates a problem. So we need to have consistency. And the other important feature to me, and there is an argument about this, but I always felt as an enforcement officer, our job was to provide advice and guidance, because the majority of smaller businesses do not have the expertise to understand what is happening with regard to food safety. Now, maybe you can introduce legislation to, and I'll talk about that later, to require them to provide somebody with that expertise, but in the absence of that, most small businesses rely on enforcement officers to provide guidance on food safety. Now, I've put the definition of risk assessment up there, but I look at it more in determining priorities of using enforcement resources to determine where you're going to spend those resources. Where is the greater risk? Which premises? And how are you going to allocate resources accordingly? And if you're going to have a risk assessment, you've got to look at four things here that I've put, which is basically food safety legislation, inspector training and competency, epidemiological surveillance, auditing, both internal by the premises and external, and food hygiene rating systems. It's not one thing in isolation, and there was 5 there. Thought I'd lost one. Now, let's start with food safety legislation then. So with your legislation, it's got to be achievable. That is a major problem. I see legislation from practical experience that cannot be achieved. And I'll give you an example of this, and some people might disagree with it, but this is just from my experience in the UK and in many other countries. You cannot implement Codex HACCP into the majority of catering businesses. It's not possible. But it's been actioned and required in legislation in lots of countries. That's not to say you can't have a food safety management system based on hazard principles, which eventually most people decided after 20 or 30 years that that was the way forward. And most countries, that's what they do now. So make sure when you put in legislation, it's achievable. Make sure it's fair and it's clear and it's relevant. And perhaps if the legislation is written in a format that it can only be understood by lawyers, remember this is intended for the food industry. And the food industry don't have lawyers working in their businesses. Large businesses may have access to a lawyer, so they need to read it. And if you're doing a risk-based approach, they need to understand that. And therefore, you need a food code written in language that is acceptable and understandable to the majority of the food industry. And I'm not referring here to the major manufacturing or the big chains that employ the people. I'm talking about small businesses and medium-sized businesses, the majority of hospitality businesses. You need to ensure the competency of the food handlers and the managers as well as the inspector. Competency is the most important aspect of ensuring compliance, in my view, and high food safety standards, and it's something that we don't talk about very often. Clear responsibilities. If there is a food poisoning outbreak, who is going to be responsible? Who is going to get fined? Who is going to go to prison? It could be the food handler, it could be the manager, it could be the owner. That needs to be made clear. Who's responsible? What about the inspector that carries out a negligent inspection and makes lots of mistakes? And then you get a lot of inquiries about the investigation. What are the consequences for carrying out an unacceptable audit or an unacceptable inspection. You can't blame them in terms of having responsibilities for the outbreak, but they have got a duty to carry out a competent inspection. Food safety legislation has to be comprehensive, and it's got to comply, hopefully, with international standards. And fines need to be proportional in terms of risk. I'll give you an example. Many countries, and by the way, none of my examples are coming from Oman, but they do come from the Middle East, GCC countries, as well as European countries and America. We have two types of dates, not the dates you eat, but the codes on food for expiry dates that are commonly used. We have use by dates and best before dates. Best before dates are applied to quality, use by dates are applied to safety. Some countries make no difference and the fines are equal whether you sell an out-of-date packet of crisps or out-of-date cooked meat. That's not risk-based, so the legislation isn't risk-based. If you fine people equally and give very large fines for best before dates, then it's not a risk-based legislation. There may be other reasons people want to do that, that's fine, but it's not risk-based. I honestly believe, thinking about this when I was asked to talk about it, that if you want to have a risk-based, an effective risk-based enforcement system, then you need people employed within every food business that can understand that and implement it, because that's the objective. You're not working in isolation, you're working as a team, inspectors need to work closely with the food industry. And so what I am looking at is that every business should have a manager in charge of food safety. That's not employed, that's not a hygiene manager, that is not employed as an additional person. That is somebody perhaps like a chef or a manager who takes on that responsibility. And that's the system that we have in Dubai. It's called a person in charge. I prefer to call it a manager in charge because a lot of organizations try to put a person who could be somebody who's got no responsibilities, no managerial responsibilities, and the system won't work. So it's got to be a manager. Now, that manager should be responsible for the instruction and supervision of all the food handlers with regard to food safety. They should carry out training, on-the-job training. You can have external training, but external training doesn't work if you don't have internal training. Tool talks and on-the-job training to keep the food handlers implementing what they've learned. So who's going to do that in a small business? And believe you me, after the training, they've forgotten what they've learned within a couple of weeks. So annual refresher training is not the answer. You've got to have internal auditing. Most businesses wait for the inspector to come round to tell them what's wrong. That's fundamental why we have so many problems. The food businesses should be identifying the problems before the inspector comes. And the inspector shouldn't be finding anything wrong or very little wrong, so then he can, predominantly, or she, can spend the time advising and guiding the business rather than just doing their work for them, providing all the contraventions, and then going around 2 or 3 months later to make sure they've implemented effective controls and carried out corrective action. They've got to be able to communicate, this is the manager in charge, with the enforcement officer, work with the enforcement officer because you both want the same objectives, safe food. So you work together. They've also got to be communicate with the staff and the board. So communication is an essential feature. CPD is important, continual professional development. They need to keep their knowledge up to date because they're the ones that are keeping the food handlers' knowledge up to date. And they also need to be an allergen champion. That's a growing problem in food business, in the hospitality industry, and they need to understand and make sure systems are in place to deal with that. It's a essential part of food safety. Now, I mentioned the training and the competency of inspectors and managers because what they've got to do. And when I'm saying inspectors and managers, I'm talking about the managers of the inspectors. Because believe you me, I've worked for lots of authorities where the managers were the principal problem. It wasn't the inspectors that were at fault. When the inspector has done an inadequate inspection, or whether it be risk-based or otherwise, the manager should be making sure that person receives retraining or advice and guidance, and a lot of systems, unfortunately, it doesn't. You need competent managers, whether that's be in the food business, but also within the enforcement department. They've got to be able to accurately identify the risks as part of the job. Do they know what the real risks are, and do they take action accordingly? They've got to ensure the inspection is effective. Well, if you carry out an inspection, and let's say in 1996 approximately, there was the biggest outbreak of E. coli in Scotland, which is part of the UK, where 21 people died. There was a public inquiry, and the inspector was heavily criticised for doing a very poor inspection. Notwithstanding, he wasn't responsible for the outbreak, but the inspector missed obvious signs that could have predicted very easily that a food poisoning outbreak was going to happen. And that's what a competent inspector can do, detect potential food poisoning outbreaks. But in my view, and I never saw anything in the inquiry that pointed to it, the system within that enforcement operation, the management, was at fault. And usually when there's an outbreak and you see the contributory factors to outbreaks, nobody talks about the role of the manager. And nearly the root cause of nearly every food poisoning that I've investigated goes back to the manager. Nearly every one. Not everyone, but nearly everyone, so it's key. The enforcement's got to be consistent. Are all the inspectors carrying out the exact same type of inspection? And are they all coming to the same conclusion and giving the same warnings, the same penalties, etc.? Or are they all varying? And what is management doing to make sure we've got consistency enforcement? That's within each district, but throughout the country. As I said, you have to have a level playing field. Not one town that has much better systems than other towns. And I've also said, obviously, they've got to provide guidance and so on. And I'll give you an example of the kind of thing, looking again at risk. Enforcement officers shouldn't accept attendance certificates as a measure of competency. And that's what's happening. We require food businesses to train their staff. But the objective is not just to get a certificate, and especially an attendance certificate, it's to make sure they're competent. And I honestly believe that in many cases, training is going backwards. And the reason is because enforcement officers are accepting any certificate from any source without even knowing if the people have attended it or taken part or had a test. And again, that's part of, in my view, the risk assessment approach. Make sure that you're looking at the competency of the food handlers, and make sure the managers are doing CPD and that there's continuous training. Epidemiological surveillance and analysing food poisoning outbreaks. Do you know, within Oman, what is the main causative agent? Is it Salmonella? Is it norovirus? Is it Campylobacter? Is it Staphylococcus aureus? You need to know that. What are the main outbreaks? Are they schools, hospitals, takeaway premises, factories? Where are they based? What are the main food vehicles that are causing problems? Is it raw milk? Is it oysters? Is it cooked meat? What are the sources? A lot of people say eggs are a principal food vehicle. That's inaccurate. Eggs have never really been a major vehicle. Eggs are a major source. The vehicle is usually something like mousse or mayonnaise. That's the mayonnaise, because of the temperature abuse of egg products has been the main cause, whether it's the UK, America, Australia, or Dubai. The main cause has been abuse of egg products, and that's not made clear because epidemiological surveillance is in some respects very good and in others not very good. In fact, the main drawback I find from epidemiological surveillance and laboratories is the very, very poor communication, because we get the information too late, far too late. And what we need is information needs to be fed back to the food industry and the enforcement officers almost within a week of something happening, so they can identify other problems in other businesses as they're going along. And that needs providing to the training company as well. So it's a major problem with surveillance. Everybody forgets how important it is not to communicate through medical journals 2 years later. I don't want an extensive report 2 years later as an enforcement officer. I need to know now if we've got a problem in Oman, in Dubai. What food is the problem? What method of food production is causing food poisoning? So I can investigate it immediately. So I need to know what the root causes are, and I need to get to those quickly. And when we investigate, those of you that follow LinkedIn and look at outbreaks information, do you know the thing that's nearly always absent? It's the root cause. Nobody publishes information about the root cause. And that's the most important thing. That's the importance of risk-based inspections as well. That's what you're basing it on, looking at the food and the root cause and feeding that back. And also, obviously, looking at the people involved, and other speakers have referred to that, and looking
Dr.
for
Richard, you have
groups.
5 minutes more.
Thank you. And inspections, external and internal. We've talked about having risk-based inspections, that's fine. Have a risk rating system. A risk rating system is basically quantifying the risk associated, so you can give a score, a rating, and then you can compare one with the other. Then you can decide which premises, if you have a system of inspection that says every food business is going to be inspected annually, that's not a risk-based inspection. A risk-based inspection looks at, say, a greengrocer or a vegetable, somebody that provides vegetables and fruit. They may be inspected every 2-3 years, and somebody that's a takeaway may be inspected every 3 months. That's risk-based. Then the other thing is, a takeaway with very good standards might be inspected once a year, and a very poor one might be inspected every month, or even take fines. So that's what you're doing with your risk rating system. Training of inspectors. You don't just train inspectors and say, yeah, they're qualified, I've been an inspector for 10 years, and what other training have you had in that time? What CPD have you gathered? Just because you're an inspector doesn't mean that you've got the right level of continuous knowledge, so you've got to keep up to date with that. You've got to, managers have got to monitor what inspectors are doing, they've got to manage the risk-based approach, and there's got to be accountability for mistakes. And there's got to be effective communication to businesses. So, food hygiene rating system, finally. I think it's great to let the public know which businesses have got the best standards. And there's quite a few countries now are using a rating system, a transparent rating system for the public. So you know when you go to a takeaway, is it a 1 or is it a 5? One of the things I haven't got time to talk about, we make food safety too complex so people can't understand it. That's the major problem. It's okay for universities to have it as complex as you want. It's okay for institutions to make it complex. But for the food industry, it's got to be made straightforward. It's got to be simple. And I see schemes that people put in, they're so complicated, it takes a professor to identify and find their way through it. It's quite straightforward. You have a numbering system or a starring system of 1 to 5. You have awful, poor, average, good, and excellent. And that gives you consistency. It's so straightforward. You can dress it up as you want, you can put whatever points to it. But at the end of the day, if that business has got a 1 or a 2, my advice would be don't use it. And to the enforcement people, I'd say using a risk-based approach, that should be fined or closed. Simple as that. 5 is what you're aiming for. I haven't got time to go through this slide because I'll overrun, but the final thing I'd say is if you're doing a risk-based inspection approach, it shouldn't be done in isolation. It's not going to make a difference if you don't put in lots of other measures with it. It's only part of us improving food safety. All of those things, and I don't know whether the slides are going to be available or not, but all of those things, if you want to improve food safety, a risk-based inspection approach is a partnership with the food industry, trainers, consultants, organisations like the World Health Organization, FAO and so on. It's everybody working together, communicating quickly and effectively. We're too slow at communication, and there's no excuse for that now because everything's available immediately on the internet. You know, digital food safety is so quick, so why are we so slow at getting reports out? That's, I don't know. But thank you very much, everybody. I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard, for the wonderful presentation. If there is any question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Rebecca Sultana from Bangladesh Standards and Testing Institution, Bangladesh. Thank you for your nice and informative and insightful presentation. So you have presented that in details risk-based inspection. So I would like to know that what is the procedure for imported products risk-based inspection? Do you have any plan for risk-based inspection for imported products which comes from another countries?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
In case of imported products which comes from another countries.
Sorry, your question is not clear.
Is the risk-based inspection procedure for the imported products?
For imported products?
Yes.
You're asking which are the risk,
yes. When any products comes from another country to your country, so what is the procedure of inspection procedure?
Right. I'm not sure whether I'm answering the question, but basically imported products, I'll give you an example, into the UK, we've got major problems with food poisoning in the UK, which is picked up by surveillance, are still associated with eggs, imported eggs. In the UK, we have a system where our eggs have a lion brand on them. If it's got a lion brand on it, it means it's salmonella free. But we import eggs, and I don't know why, but we import eggs, particularly from European countries such as Poland in particular, but even when we had the outbreaks previously, we got them from Holland, from Spain, different eggs that were quite heavily contaminated with salmonella. And so that would be an example from enforcement, but even if you identify them, the government is still allowing them to come in. So I don't know how you deal with that because there are other examples of products as well.
Thank you.
We'll go for the last question.
I have a question here. This is Liutha from Sultan Qaboos University. I was interested on the comments about CPD for as food safety professionals.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can share a model with us that is applicable and what is its impact?
Yeah. CPD, Continuing Professional Development, has been with us for a long time. As an enforcement officer, I was required to do 30 hours every year of CPD once I'd qualified. And you could get CPD by attending conferences like this. So you get a certificate for that. Or you could present a paper and get more. So when I was young, like yourself, I'd go and deliver presentations and get CPD points. There's other ways you can get them. You can get them by writing articles. You can get them by attending courses, training courses, and lots of different ways. But now, I honestly believe that the best way for the food industry, for students, for enforcement officers to get CPD is from the internet. It's free, and there's so much good information. You've just got to use the right forums and the right websites, because on the one hand, there's so much information. The problem is there's so much misinformation. And so you need to go to reliable sources for your information. And just to plug, one of the forums that we provide is the Highfield Food Safety Forum, which is available free of charge on LinkedIn, which has lots and lots of up-to-date information that people can use, and there are bodies that are accepting this for CPD. But in order to get the CPD, you can't just look at it or like it. You have to post articles on there which can be verified and submitted for CPD, or you've got to take part in commenting on those articles. And even if you don't belong a scheme of CPD, if you're a professional and you're doing something in food safety, then I believe to be a good professional, you've got to keep yourself up to date. And that's not just for food safety, it's for any profession. And so use the reliable forums, particularly on the internet, to get your CPD. It'll give you lots of information. And I love learning things. I love learning. You know, even after 55 years, I keep learning new things about food safety every day. And I really enjoy that. I really enjoy it.
There is one more question.
Thank you, Doctor, for the valuable presentation. Ali Al-Fardan from Food Control Section, Kingdom of Bahrain. So I was wondering or asking about the food rating system. Actually, we are on the final stages of establishing one food rating system will be published for the public. But don't you think it will give too much pressure for the institution itself to make rating and re-evaluating? And what kind of strategies, if we can say, using in UK for food rating system, if there is food rating system there? Thank you.
If I've got the gist of that, you're saying you're from Bahrain?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Bahrain. You're introducing a food hygiene rating system.
Yes.
And you're thinking of using something similar to the UK?
Yes.
Yeah. There are 2 or 3 things that I would say, because I'm here I can say that I would improve on the UK system. The UK used to have a better system, in my view, before the government got involved and changed it. The first thing is, the UK system has got 6 characteristics, 6 standards, 0 to 5. What I've said is go for 5. Sounds simple, but it's easy to distinguish 5. It's not easy to distinguish 6. So that's one thing that you can improve on the score. And it's easy then to get consistent, because every inspector should know the difference between awful, poor, average, good, and excellent. Right? That's the first thing if you want a successful. The other thing, it's got to be mandatory, and this happens in Wales but not in England. It's got to be mandatory for the business to post that, and the penalties for not posting it must be significant. Otherwise, it won't work because people don't post it and they think we don't want people to know. So those are two things that are particularly important if you want a successful food hygiene rating system. And I suppose the third thing is when I had 20 inspectors working for me on food safety, I regularly, when I was a principal inspector, I regularly used training sessions to make sure that we all consistently, all the inspectors consistently applied the same numbers to the businesses. And bad businesses must be penalised. And then it will be successful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. We'll put the QR code in the screen now. The last presentation for this session, importance of data quality in the risk assessment supporting food regulatory decision. It will be presented by Prof. Benzo, Head of the Toxicology Department, Faculty of Pharmacy, Gazi University in Turkey. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much for organizing committee to invite me to share my information with you. Today I will talk about the importance of the data, how to select the correct data for risk assessment. Actually, we use food additives because to ensure processed food remains safe and also good condition. There are many discussions, especially there are many discussions on food additives, especially the sweeteners. When we think of the sugars, sweet flour immediately comes to our mind, but sugars are not used as sweeteners. Actually, they also have many important technological functions. For example, the colors, the sugars gives the colors and make high fiber foods to do taste better. And also they have some function, texture of the mouthful. And also they prevent the microbial growth and spoilage as a preservative. And they balances and also they add some volumes. So there are, like all the other food additives, LNCs, low non-caloric sweeteners are regulated substances that undergo some global comprehensive safety assessment by food safety authorities before the market. So comprehensive safety assessment provided by the risk analyzers is same for each food additives, and also to protect our health. Why needs the safety assessment? Because we need safety assessment to protect our health by providing access to safe food. Foods are continuously monitored throughout life for sustainable food safety. It's a priority issue for all international and national health or food authorities. International collaboration in food safety is essential. Why? Since food is unlimited mobility. It's a dynamic process, and food produced in one country can be consumed in many countries. And also food safety is a global issue that crosses the border and needs international collaboration. The Codex Alimentarius Commission, established by World Health Organization and Food Agriculture Organization in 1961, was born of this need. And there is a consensus among the health or food authorities and also scientific organizations These authorities and these organizations provide credible information on food safety. Let me give brief information about the international structuring in organizations which are responsible for the food safety. I already mentioned the Codex Alimentarius. Also, Codex Alimentarius is related to GECVA, GMPR, and GEMRA. All of them are scientific committee, WHO expert committee. GECVA is responsible for food additives, and GMPR is responsible for pesticide residues, and GEMRA is responsible for microbial risks. Also, EFSA, European Food Safety Agency, is responsible for food safety in Europe. And EU countries livestock food production are related to and subject to some laws and standards. There are many countries, they have some food authorities. For example, Food Drug Administration in United States, FSANS in Austria, and also FCAGA also in Japan, it's responsible for food safety. We know that we are talking about risk assessment. Why we need the risk assessment? We know that very well. There is no risk. Every activity has risk. All regulations are risk-based. The safety assessment should make for every activity, of course, not just only the food or food additives, and safety assessment based on the risk analysis. Risk analysis actually is the best way for global safety, and also it consists of 3 steps. One step is science-based risk assessment. The second step is policy-based risk management. And the last step is risk communication, is cover all of the process. For risk assessment, of course, we need data. This data should be evidence-based. Let me give brief information about the data pyramid. Maybe we can say that hierarchy scientific evidence. When you look at this diagram, studies in the upper levels show increase the strength of evidence, increase the quality of evidence, but decrease in the risk of the bias. And also, evidence-based researchers analyze multiple experiment and observational studies. Of course, we know that experimental studies is much more stronger than observational studies. Why experimental study is much more stronger? Because the researchers control an intervention and also randomly allocate the groups at a different treatment groups, thus providing less bias and also help to causation. So that's the reason experimental studies and also take a long time to perform. They are very expensive. Sometimes they are not visible. What they are not visible? For example, randomized controlled trials have been less used in this kind of diet studies. Why? Because the participants' diet behavior is under control. Participants' environment is controlled. Generally, participants put on the diet at a short time, it don't reflect their real lives. In contrast, observational studies just monitor the participants, and also there is no intervention. Also, these observation studies just monitor that already existing population that already have a diet and try to calculate the dietary habits, the association dietary habits, and also health outcome. But the key limitation of the observational study is cannot prove any causation and also susceptible to scientific bias. What is the meaning of bias in science? In size, bias means that the failure to control factors. It means that these factors affect the study results. When you look at the lower levels of the pyramid, it's gonna be weight of evidence, it's gonna be low, and also bias is gonna be increased. When we think about risk assessment, we can trust of the upper levels studies too much. For risk assessment, of course, it's essential to get accurate data from evidence-based scientific studies. That's the reason critical reading is important. Critical reading help us to choose the correct data. Not all scientific research is reliable and valuable. Every article, of course, published in a peer-reviewed scientific journals may not be worth considering, so we have to check this study is credible or not. If it is credible, if it is right, you have to use this data. To understand the scientific evidence correctly, it's important when gold standard experimental evidence is either absent or limited. Regulatory can turn into use observational evidence. So for non-scientists, it's very crucial to interpret correctly this evidence. It's essential to understand the methodologies and the results and also the limitations. But I would like to remind again, observational studies cannot prove causation. We have to be careful for confounding factors. For example, in this paper, age, body mass index, cigarette smoking, this kind of confounding factors affect risk and this among the groups, and also they not fully accounted for in these observational studies. And also selection bias is very important. For example, I choose the study group. This study group, study participants, is very healthy. Maybe a very risky group compared to the normal population. Or observed association may be just explained by reverse causation. What is the meaning of the reverse causality? For example, we found the association between poor diet and depression. This doesn't mean that the poor diet caused to the, of course, depression. And also, information bias is important. We applied the questionnaire to the participants. These participants self-reporting their situation. Generally, self-reporting can be unreliable. And also publication bias. For example, we did the we make a perform the experiment. After that, we would like to publish this one. But if we have a statistically significant results, it's easy to publish. But if not, it's to get the statistically significant results, it's going to be low rate to publish this study. How to read and evaluate scientific paper, especially for non-scientists, maybe policymakers. Generally, we look at the abstract. The abstract actually show the basic overview. Especially the study type is important. When I already mentioned about the data pyramid, it's gonna be upper level study types, it's valuable. Why? Because weight of data, quality of data is increased in the upper levels. So in the abstract section, how samples are selected, how collected, how stored, and also what is this study type, and also there are some result is presented in the abstract section. We have to know the meaningful of this result. For example, hazard risk, risk ratio, it means that if they are greater than 1, there is a risk. If smaller than 1, it's gonna be, there is no risk. If it is equal, it means that there is no comparison, there is no difference between the groups. So we have to know that the meaning of the results. And also, bias is very important, confounding factors, very well controlled, and also confidence intervals. If we talk about the risk has a confidence interval, so confidence interval touches or crosses the 1 number, it means that it's a no risk. So if you have a wide confidence intervals, it means that your result is imprecise. If you have a narrow confidence intervals, it's a good and precise result. And also conflict of interest is very important, especially some financial interest. So how do policymakers know which risk or which level of risk should be regulated? How to decide that? So there is 3 options actually. One is different authorities use various risk thresholds. It can be subjective, but it is useful to compare the in-common certain risk. The second option, a risk matrix is created and made to identify which risks are serious, which risks are less harmful to the human. And the third option is risk prioritization among the risk made according to the potential impact of the risk and also the probability of occurrence. For effective policy, policymakers need to know causality, need to know the causes for a particular outcome. Policymakers considering how to decrease for example, how to decrease the injury from shark attack might be presented with evidence that eating ice cream is associated with increased shark attacks. We know very well ice cream does not cause shark attacks, and also swimming in shark-infested waters can occur in warm weather when people eat ice cream. It will not work, it will not correct to take policies that affect ice cream consumption without addressing the cause, because it's gonna be completely wrong. Before risk assessment, we have to know very well what is the difference of hazards and risk. There is a difference between these 2 terminology. Then hazard means that something that has the potential to harm you. And for example, a shark in the sea is a hazard. But swimming with a shark is a risk. The risk means that a probability that a hazard will cause harm. So we talk about the food. Hazard in food, it's gonna be a factor that leads to the adverse effects, and also risk a function of probability of an adverse effect and the magnitude of data from hazards. We needed data, science-based data. That's the reason we obtained this data from toxicity test. This is the OSCE guideline, and explain everything, how to perform the experiment step by step. You can follow these guidelines. We apply to all food additives, of course, including sweetness, before authorization. And risk assessment consists of 4 steps. One step is hazard identification. We perform the toxicity test, we get the data. So this data help us. Can substance be harmful or not? It's harmful, what does do? This one is hazard identification. The second one, hazard characterization. What kind of effect cause harm? We estimate the severity and duration of the hazard. The third step is exposure assessment. How much we expose, how long exposure and how often exposure. At the end of the exposure, who can be harmed? We can get all results, these two questions. And the last step is risk characterization. It means that information from all steps, we got information, we got data, we report this data to the risk managers, helping them to make decision, to make a policy. JECVA and EFSA is authorities set the limit values. Numerical values were calculated and toxicity results. As a result of toxicities, we determined the NOAEL and we calculated the ADI and we got the safety limits for human use. How to calculate the NOAEL? NOAEL, it means that a highest dose that shows no observable adverse effects occurs in experimental animals. We are giving the chemicals, test chemical to the animals. How long exposure? We can decide exposure period according to chemical. For example, we are talking about the food additives and sweeteners. We expose food additives or sweeteners we consume over a lifetime. So the exposure period should be long enough to cover 85% of lifespan of the experimental animals. The conservative scenario we are using, the determination of NOAEL is used the most sensitive critical health outcome in the most sensitive animal species. We got the data, this data from animals. We need a human use, human dose. What we gonna do that? We have to calculate the other.
You have 5 minutes more.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Acceptable daily intakes. It's a label management food science. We are using 1958. An estimate of the amount that can be taken daily for a lifetime without appreciable risk. What we gonna do that to calculate the other, the NOAEL value divided to safety factor. Safety factor generally is a 10, 100. Why? Because 10 is come from extrapolation from animal to human. The other 10 is used from human to human individual susceptibility, and then we decided. There are still consumer fears because consumers think about that. Food additives is not natural, they are chemical, they have no technological function, they can cause several health effects from allergies to cancer, and manufacturers deceive the consumers by changing the food's nature, content, and quality of food. And how to manage consumer fears. We have to teach the risk assessment is scientific, powerful tool, and also risk and evidence-based analysis should be used systematically, and also we ensure effective and reliable risk communication among all stakeholders, because good risk communication help to resistance against misinformation, and also we have to listen consumers' concerns and questions. I'm finishing last 3 slides. Let's evaluate this radical with critical readings. This paper is good, or this paper is not enough for us. For example, in this study, the aim is the effect of sugar sweetened beverage and artificial sweetener beverage consumption on mortality and mortality due to the cancer, 20 types of cancer. And this one is a prospective cohort study. I already mentioned this advantage of the prospective cohort study. An observational study with long follow-up period, because they started, this study started 1982 and up to 2016, and duration of the study 34 years, and also questionnaire applied to the participants, 1982. How many cups did you drink? How many years drinking period? Only one self-reporting dietary habits can be wrong. And also dietary habits can change over the 34 years. We have to think about that. When you look at compare the zero sugared SSPs and or two more SSPs, there is no any difference between the overall cancer mortality. And also, they found the 5% of higher relative risk of dying from obesity-related cancers. The hazard ratio is 1. No increase is after adjustment with body mass index. When you look at this, the results, 20 different, out of the 20 different cancers, just only 2 cancers risk is increased. It's a significant. I mean that sugar sweetened beverage consumers increase in relative risk of kidney cancer mortality and colorectal cancer mortality. And also decreased risk of lung cancer. I mean, there is a reverse causality. We cannot reliable. And also, what about the confounding factor? Just adjust body mass index, but they cannot adjust your samples with undiagnosed diabetes and also later developed diabetes. We know that these are the most important confounding factors. When you look at the hazard risk, when I said that confidence intervals touch to or close to the 1, it means that it's gonna be, there is no risk. It means that greater than risk that. When you look at this one, confidence interval is very wide. It means that, wide means that it gives us imprecise results. And also, what about the selection bias? Compare the non-consumers, daily consumer were male, smoker, higher body mass index. It's not accurate. It's that selection bias is very high. So what can I say that about this paper? Further studies are needed to make definitive judgments. In summary, there is no zero. Every activity carries risk. The key is to reduce the risk to the acceptable level. The most conservative limit values is used to ensure maximum protection for human health. Accurate data selection and understanding and interpreting scientific studies are critical in risk assessment because data of risk assessment provide information to risk managers to make legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Benzo, for sharing your experience with the risk assessment. Now we'll go for the question. There is any question?
Assalamu alaikum. So, thank you again for your excellent presentation. So my question is, if there is no limit for a contaminants or additives in codex or other, or like EU standards, so, and if we don't have any reliable data or limited data, so what can we do as a regulator to take risk-based decision for immediate action?
Also, there's not just the food additives, also for limit values for contaminants, as far as I understand. I already mentioned in the Codex Alimentarius Commission, there is a GMPR is responsible for the contaminants, and so that's the reason they studied like in food additives and the other things. And of course, I mentioned ADI, acceptable daily intake, because I am talking about the food additives. But MRL, maximum residual limit for use, as used for the contaminants. Also, the same risk assessment applied to the contaminants. I don't know, I replied questions. There is a limit, but this limit, also we are using the same risk assessment, just the numbers of different maximum residual limit. If you not access the maximum residual limits, everything is okay. If you access this amount, we are talking about some inspections before speakers. They mentioned that, for example, some countries, after inspection, pesticide residue, it's gonna be high because they cannot, I think, inspect very well, or they cannot maybe control this one. Of course, we have a limit. International and also national authorities have some legislations about that.
Thank
you. شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا على المداخلة القيمة على تقييم المخاطر.
She not speak in Arabic, she's English only.
المترجم راه يترجم لنا. ايه وندور سؤالي باختصار. أنا نعرف أن هل ترجمة واصلة؟ أنا أعرف أن في تركيا هناك عدة منتوجات تقليدية تركية. إذا كان ممكن كيف يتم تقييم المخاطر بالنسبة للمنتوجات التقليدية، لأن ما عندناش بيانات على المستوى العالمي، وهذه البيانات راح تساعد المشرع خاصة مثلا في تحديد مدة صلاحية المنتوجات. إذا كان هناك حالة في تركيا ولا تم تقييم المخاطر في تحديد مدة صلاحية بعض المنتوجات التقليدية. شكرا.
Actually, I don't understand. You are asking we are making the risk assessment about our products? It doesn't. It's not working.
انت تسال الحين على الاغذيه التقليديه صح؟ او الصناعات على اساس تحدد تواريخ الانتاج مالها بتقييم الريسك اسسمنت، صح هذا سؤالك؟ He's asking you about traditional foods. If you want to make the expiry dates, you need to do a risk assessment. Do you have any study on that before?
After expire date, of course, we are not using this one. It doesn't necessary to make a risk assessment. It's already expired date.
ما عملوا أي تقييم
No, because it's already spoiled. It's already destroyed. We don't need to make a risk assessment.
أنا شرحت لها.
السؤال فقط إذا كان تفهميه بالعربية وتوجهه له. هو في تركيا هناك العديد من الصناعات التقليدية. هذه الصناعات التقليدية ليس لها تقييم مخاطر على المستوى الدولي. مثلا حدثت مؤخرا تسممات غذائية كان سببها منتوج تقليدي في تركيا. كيف تتم عملية تقييم المخاطر في هذه الحالات؟ وفي بعض الأحيان هذه المعلومات تساعد في تحديد مدة صلاحية هذه المنتوجات التقليدية. شكرا.
Actually, we never meet this kind of poisoning as far as I understand. Of course, there is some all national regulators or national bodies risk assessment before authorization, before the market. But after that, sometimes it's that the limit values, it's gonna be excess, so we can destroy this one. We are not making risk assessment again because of I never heard that it's gonna be poisoning takes place because of our traditional foods. I don't know.
It's okay.
Yeah?
Okay. It's okay then. I think he gets it. There is any question? It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. طبعا حاليا انتهت الجلسة الثانية من جلسة تقييم المخاطر الغذائية، فنبدأ الآن بعملية تكريم المحاضرين. الحين بيكون QR كود لتقييم المحاضرة. فليتفضل الدكتور حسين مسروري لتكريم المحاضرين. دكتور بريندينغ رينج, please be in the stage. دكتور أمين العاصوف. خالد الغفار, مستر خالد الغفار. الفاضل عبد الله يوسف المرزوقي. نوف سعيد المرزوقية. المهندس عصام كريد. المهندسة نعيمة الخروصية. الدكتور محمد الفارسي. الدكتور معز الصانع، الفاضلة آلاء حميد الصفار، دكتور ريتشارد سبرينغ، and Prof. Benzo. Prof. Excuse me, Prof. وانتصار الغريبية. شكرا دكتور، شكرا لكم جميعا. الحين وجبة الغداء وبتكون في الدور الأول لمدة 40 دقيقة إن شاء الله. It is now for lunch break for 40 minutes. Thank you for everyone.